people coming in and creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you if it existed? I'm working my ass off, along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ, to get you what we're allowed to give you. And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
We're giving you all the footage we have.
So why wasn't that released like immediately? Why did this speculation escalate?
I think you'd have to ask whoever the Attorney General back then was, Bill Barr.
Here and no further, where they go so far and then stop and won't go into people that are going much further. So the mainstream alternative media, or what I call the MAM, has kind of coagulated in effect into right-wing American politics.
You to hear. Tell me it's cool, I just don't believe it. Sell out with me, oh yeah. Sell out with me tonight. The record companies only give me lots of money, and everything's gonna be alright. You to hear. Tell me it's cool, I just don't believe it. Sell out with me, oh yeah. Sell out with me tonight. The record company's gonna give me lots of money, and everything's gonna be and I don't think it'll be so bad, and I know it won't be so bad. Cause the man said that's the way it is, and the man said it don't get better than this. No, no, no. So I signed on to the record company. They said they're gonna give me lots of money if I play what they want you to hear. Tell me it's cool, and I sure believe it. Sell out with me, oh yeah. Sell out with me tonight. The record company's gonna give me lots of money, and everything's gonna be alright. The record company is gonna make everything alright. tonight, she said, but I can't work in fast food all my life.
Welcome to The Independent Review, a weekly podcast where we bring you the latest from the world of independent journalism.
Okay. Two-tone tripping, third gear slipping, radiator hotter than a grease fire kitchen, solo sipping, pothole hitting, blue light special from a speed trap sitting, bench seat kissing, windshield wishing, two-tone tripping, baby, get on in it.
Welcome to the Independent Review, live on AM Wake Up on Odyssey and Rumble, and live on the Indie News Network on Twitter. Let's jump right into this first clip with Dave DeCamp from antiwarnews.com.
Hey, this is Dave DeCamp from antiwar.com. This is Anti-War News for Thursday, July 10th, 2025. All right, the first story at the top of antiwar.com today, Hegseth hosts Netanyahu at the Pentagon. So Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the Pentagon on Wednesday and said that it was an honor to be a part of the war against Iran. Before holding a private meeting, Hegseth and Netanyahu spoke to each other in front of reporters for a few minutes and praised U.S. and Israeli forces for conducting the 12-day war. And this was a sickening spectacle to see them trade compliments over this war. The U.S. supported Israel's initial attacks by refueling Israeli warplanes and intercepting Iranian missiles fired at Israel in counterattacks. And then, of course, the U.S. carried out its own airstrikes against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. Hegseth said, quote, "The skill and the bravery and the courage of U.S. forces involved in that operation, including in the defense of Israel, whether it was in the Mediterranean or with THAAD batteries or others, was incredible," end quote. And he said it was an honor to be part of it. Here is Hegseth and Netanyahu very, very happy together. Hegseth referenced President Trump's threats to bomb Iran throughout his negotiations with the country and the 60-day deadline that he set for a deal. Hegseth said, quote, "After 60 days of negotiation, President Trump was very clear. After 60 days, he gave them every opportunity, and then Operation Rising Lion took place," end quote. So Israel attacked Iran on June 13th, 2 days before the U.S. and Iran were scheduled to hold another round of talks. The U.S. and Israel used the cover of the negotiations to keep Tehran off guard before the initial Israeli airstrikes. So he's saying that they gave Iran every chance, except for the next round of negotiations. They didn't give him a chance with that. Netanyahu told Hegseth that Israel was grateful for the support and that the war was like the roar of 2 lions, referring to the U.S. and Israel. Hegseth praised the capabilities of the Israeli military and said what Israeli forces accomplished was absolutely incredible. While Israel was able to take out senior Iranian military leaders and launched heavy airstrikes on the country, which killed over 1,000 people, and that's based both on the government's number and the NGOs that kept track of the casualties as well. So over 1,000 killed, but Iranian missiles also did significant damage in Israel, the extent of which is unclear, since the Israeli military is attempting to censor exactly what was hit. We recently learned, though, that 5 Israeli military bases were hit, and Iran was also able to hit Israel until the last moments of the war. So it's not like it was a surrender from Iran. Both sides agreed to a ceasefire. Iran's position since the war started was that if you stop, we'll stop. And Netanyahu, who, of course, is wanted for war crimes, has received a warm welcome in Washington. Wednesday marked his third day of meetings with U.S. officials, which included 2 meetings at the White House with President Trump. So talk about the red carpet. I mean, this is a huge affair in Washington, this visit from this wanted war criminal who is guilty of all sorts of war crimes. All right, so the next one here, the U.S. sanctions UN Special Rapporteur over Israel criticism. So Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced on Wednesday that the U.S. was imposing sanctions on Francesca Albanese, a UN Special Rapporteur who is very critical of Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories and its genocidal war in Gaza. So we see how the U.S. treats the war criminal Netanyahu when he comes to town, and this is how they treat critics of that war criminal and Israel's crimes in Gaza and the West Bank. The sanctions come after Albanese. I have a tough time saying Albanese. I'm from Long Island, and we have a lot of Italians, and we call them Albanese there. I know a few Albaneses, but I'll try to say it in the proper Italian. So anyway, so Albanese issued a report titled From Economy of Occupation to Economy of Genocide that called out dozens of private companies, including several U.S. tech firms, that she says are involved in supporting Israel's violence against Palestinians. Rubio wrote on X, quote, "Today I am imposing sanctions on UN Human Rights Council Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese for her illegitimate and shameful efforts to prompt ICC action against U.S. and Israeli officials, companies, and executives. Albanese's campaign of political and economic warfare against the United States and Israel will no longer be tolerated. We will always stand by our partners in their right to self-defense," end quote. So the U.S. has previously called for the UN to end Albanese's mandate as Special Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories. The U.S. mission to the UN said in a statement on July 1st, quote, "The United States once again expressed its grave concerns to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres about the continued activities of Francesca Albanese, and again called upon the Secretary General to condemn her activities and call for her removal," end quote. And what did they accuse her of being? They called her a virulent anti-Semite for her criticism of Israel. And the Biden administration also smeared Albanese as an anti-Semite for her, again, her criticism of Israel, of what Israel is doing in the West Bank and what everybody can see that Israel is doing in Gaza. I saw someone, I think Trita Parsi tweeted something, comparing the fact that the U.S. just lifts sanctions on the Al-Qaeda guy who took over Syria and is overseeing these massacres of civilians. So they took sanctions off him, and now they put sanctions on the woman who was exposing crimes, war crimes. All right, so the next one here, Israeli attacks kill 105 over 24 hours in Gaza. So Gaza's health ministry, I know I say this a lot, but when it comes to kind of the pictures and the videos that I saw today of children killed and maimed in Gaza, it was a particularly rough day. And this all goes on despite all this talk about a ceasefire. So Gaza's health ministry said on Wednesday that Israeli attacks killed 105 Palestinians and wounded 530 over the previous 24-hour period as U.S.-backed Israeli strikes continued to pound targets across the besieged strip. So Israeli forces also continue to shoot at desperate Palestinians seeking aid, killing at least 7. The latest aid-related killings bring the total number of Palestinians killed while seeking food since the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation began operating to 773. And that's 773 killed while trying to get aid, and another 5,101 have been injured while trying to get aid. So nearly 6,000 total aid-related casualties. And I think the reason why we see so many injuries, it looks like a lot of people get shot in the leg. And you have to wonder, I wonder, is this part of the strategy to overwhelm the hospitals in Gaza? Because as far as I understand, the injuries are counted of people who went to hospitals for treatment. Because I'm sure that there are people getting hurt who, because of if you look at the footage from hospitals, it's people on the floor, children on the floor, blood on the floor, being treated on the floor because they're just over capacity. So you have to imagine that there's a lot of people that get hurt that don't go if they think that, they don't need treatment. But anyway, so Israeli airstrikes on Tuesday included the bombing of a tent in Khan Yunis, southern Gaza, which killed 10 members of the Shaban family, so 10 members of the same family, and the mother of children who were killed in the strike told the AP, quote, "I found all my children dead and my daughter's 3 children dead. It's supposed to be a safe area where we were," end quote. You see this picture here? This is a child who was injured in an Israeli airstrike at a funeral. And again, it's just every day massacres, huge massacres of children, and it's just somehow become background noise for most people. And this is being supported, funded, enabled by our government, by the U.S. government. So Israeli strikes also hit the Shati refugee camp west of Gaza City, killing at least 30 people, including many children. A witness and survivor of the attack told Al Jazeera, quote, "A whole neighborhood collapsed. 7 little kids died here. Over there, 10 more children. The only adult was an old man around 70 years old. What was their fault?" End quote. So the Palestinian news agency Wafa reported that 3 Palestinians, including an infant, were killed in another Israeli attack on an apartment in western Gaza City. And Hamas's armed wing, the Al-Qassim's brigades, said that its fighters clashed with IDF troops in southern Gaza and claimed 1 Israeli soldier was killed. The Israeli military has ramped up its attacks on the Strip since 5 of its soldiers were killed in an ambush in Beit Hanun, northern Gaza, and the Israeli military is currently conducting a major assault in that area. And it looks like now the IDF has confirmed that Hamas did kill one of its soldiers on Wednesday. All right, so the next one here, Trump is scrambling to make a Gaza deal on Israel's terms. So this article is from Jeremy Scahill and Jawad Ahmad at Dropsite News, and so it's kind of long. A lot of the details about the Gaza ceasefire negotiations. I was going to write something myself, but there's so much kind of conflicting information, and this is a very good summary from Scahill from Dropsite News, and they have sources in Hamas. And essentially, what I have gathered is, and this has been reported by other sites, outlets. The AP had a story about this, that Israel's demand, the main impasse at the moment, is over Israel's demand to keep troops in Gaza. And remember, they're saying that they want to build this concentration camp in Rafah during the ceasefire. So that obviously makes it clear that they don't have any plans to make it a long-term ceasefire. It looks like the U.S. may have strengthened the language a little bit about the guarantee for them to be committed to a permanent ceasefire. But what does that really mean at this point? I mean, between the previous Gaza ceasefire and the nuclear negotiations with Iran, the U.S. has completely blown its credibility when it comes to negotiations. But essentially, Hamas is saying that they have a core set of red lines, that they're saying there must be a full withdrawal of Israeli occupation forces, and that the UN, not Israel, must control the humanitarian aid going into Gaza. According to some reports, that's been settled. Israel's agreed to that. But again, there's been conflicting things. And they also still want stronger language stating that Trump would guarantee that Israel maintains the ceasefire. And again, so apparently there's other reports saying that Israel agreed to pull its troops back to certain lines, but they're still demanding that they maintain control of the Morag corridor, which is that strip of land between Rafah and Khan Yunis, and they want to build the concentration camp to the south of that. So as I understand it, that's the main impasse. And it's not clear that Trump's putting the pressure on Netanyahu. And as this report says, and I actually told Matt Gaetz that today. I went on Matt Gaetz' show again on OAN. I think I did it right. It's tough to do those short news segments. But, I mean, that's the message for us as Americans, for the Americans who are listening, and for the Trump administration. I mean, they know it, obviously, but that the U.S. is the only one with the power to make Israel stop. And they could do it by cutting off the weapons. And the question is, which isn't clear yet, and I think there are signs that Trump's not willing to put that pressure on Netanyahu. Still unclear at the moment. Hopefully, I really do hope, of course, that there is a deal, that these people get relief. But it's just not looking like at the moment Trump's ready to pull that lever with the military aid. And you see the way he's treating Netanyahu. I mean, it's absolutely shameful and despicable and everything. So, but hopefully some progress is made. All right, the next one here. Israel continues ban on foreign journalists entering Gaza. So this article is from Kyle Anzalone at the Libertarian Institute. The Israeli government and High Court have maintained a prohibition on foreign journalists entering Gaza since October 7, 2023. The Israeli onslaught in Gaza has killed over 230 Palestinian journalists. So after the Israeli invasion of Gaza, Israel barred journalists from entering except in highly coordinated tours by the Israeli military. Guys like Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray got to go into Rafah, I think, last year. Pro-Israel propagandists are allowed in. Actually, I do know at one point they let a CNN crew in, and they did a report on how Israel's destroying all the cemeteries in Gaza, how they're tearing up graves, desecrating the dead. And then Israel said, all right, no more. We're not going to do that again. There was another one where they brought them in to show them some tunnels, like a few reporters to show tunnels, but again, very controlled in that case. And so the Foreign Press Association in Israel has sued the government, demanding access to the Strip, but now the Israeli High Court has ruled in favor of the government, saying, nope, you don't have to let any international journalists in. And why are they banning journalists if they have nothing to hide? It's obviously clear they don't want people to see all the crimes that are being committed. And I saw there was an Israeli historian, I believe he was Israeli, might have been from another country. I got to look back at that, but wrote a thing for Haaretz that said, he got in there and said, oh, this is why they're not letting foreign journalists in, because they don't want people to see this. All right, so the next one here, the U.S. hints it could restart Yemen bombing campaign. So this is not good. The U.S. State Department suggested in a statement on Tuesday that the U.S. could restart its bombing campaign in Yemen after the Houthis, officially known as Ansar Allah, attacked 2 commercial ships in the Red Sea. Operations, the Houthis say, will stop if there's an end to Israel's genocidal war and siege on Gaza. State Department spokeswoman Tammy Bruce said, quote, these attacks demonstrate the ongoing threat that Iran-backed Houthi rebels pose to freedom of navigation and to regional, economic, and maritime security. The United States has been clear. We will continue to take necessary action to protect freedom of navigation and commercial shipping from Houthi terrorist attacks, which must be condemned by all members of the international community, end quote. See this picture here? This is a photo of the Magic Seas, a cargo ship that the Houthis sank, and they released a video and pictures of it. And on Wednesday, they took credit for the Monday attack on the Eternity Sea, a Greek-owned cargo ship, which reportedly killed 4 crew members. And Houthi military spokesman Yahya Saree said that the ship was en route to the Israeli port of Eilat. He said, quote, the attack was carried out with an unmanned boat and 6 cruise and ballistic missiles. The operation resulted in the complete sinking of the ship, and the operation was documented with audio and video, end quote. So they're not messing around here, because I know for a while in like 2024, they'd fire like 1 missile or a drone at a ship kind of to intimidate them. But in both cases here, they lit up these ships with the goal of sinking them. And in this case, they killed crew members. And according to The Guardian, 7 crew members of the Eternity Sea have been rescued. 4 were confirmed killed and 14 are missing. Saree said that Yemeni forces rescued a number of the ship's crew, suggesting that some of them who are missing could have been taken into Yemen. And the Houthis previously released photos and videos of the sinking of the Magic Seas, as I mentioned. So again, this is the first Houthi attacks on commercial shipping this year. They stopped in January when the Gaza ceasefire was reached. In March, they said that they announced that they were reimposing their blockade on Israeli shipping in response to Israel imposing a total blockade on Gaza, which was a violation of the ceasefire deal. It was in response to that announcement that the U.S. began bombing Yemen. It was actually before there was any attacks against Israel or against any ships. And then when the U.S. started bombing them, the Houthis started targeting U.S. warships. They downed a bunch of MQ-9 Reaper drones, and they also started targeting Israel with missiles despite a very heavy U.S. bombing campaign. And it was a brutal campaign that killed more than 250 civilians, which is a huge number in a month and a half. There were 2 major massacres, the bombing of the Ras Issa fuel port that killed 84 civilian workers, and the bombing of a migrant detention facility that killed about 60 African migrants. So horrific crimes committed by the U.S. government in this bombing campaign, and it didn't achieve anything. The Houthis didn't stop. Trump framed his ceasefire as a victory, but essentially he gave up on trying to get them to stop targeting Israel. So this would be a foolish bombing campaign to restart. Also, they did reach a ceasefire with the Houthis, and the deal was that they would not attack American shipping. So technically, targeting these cargo ships is not a violation of that deal. And then the other thing is that there's one thing that would stop this, that we know that would stop it, and that is a ceasefire in Gaza. So that's the solution here, very clearly. And so if we see them start bombing Yemen again, it's a very, very bad sign.
Next, we have this clip from Macroaggressions with Charlie Robinson.
All right, well, he's back, ladies and gentlemen. The author of the Upside Down series is back for here on Macroaggressions, TNT Radio. We've done it before, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Gober. Hey, Mark, how are you?
I'm well, Charlie. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's always good to see you. I love your book series. It's such a smart idea, and you're up to 7 of them now. Is that right?
Correct.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, as somebody who writes books myself, I know I think it's like how women describe childbirth. Like, it's so painful, but there's something about your mind that just forgets the pain, and then you wind up working on another book, and then you get about 3/4 of the way through, and you go, "Oh yeah, I remember why I hated this so much. It's so stressful, and there's so much to do." But you seem to find a way to do it. What's going on with the new book, An End to Upside Down Cosmos? Oh baby, I'm into it. NASA, moon story, firmament, flat earth. I'm down for all of this. What did you learn while you were writing this book?
Well, this was not a topic I had been focused on until pretty recently. As we all know, more and more people are asking questions about cosmology. But I was writing other books and other things, so never had time to really look at it. And I'd hear some people say, oh, this is all just a psyop that's intended to distract the truthers. And then other people who I respect a lot saying, no, this is a really important topic to look at. And it wasn't until April of 2024, I went to a festival called Confluence in Bandera, Texas, and it was run by Alex Zeck of The Way Forward. And around that time, there was a book that came out, which has become very popular. It's called A Fool's Wisdom by Dr. Stephen A. Young. He's a theoretical physics PhD. Okay, so highly credible guy in the field. And he writes in that book something to this effect. After looking at this question for a long time, meaning shape of the earth, cosmology, I came to 100% knowing that Earth is not a spinning globe, even though I don't know with 100% certainty what Earth is. And he went through some of the reasoning, and I thought that's pretty interesting for a guy that highly credentialed to say he looked at this for years and was coming to that sort of conclusion. And then I also found that many people who were questioning topics that I discuss in my medicine book called An End to Upside Down Medicine, those who are questioning whether viruses exist or whether there are other reasons people get sick that are non-viral. Many of the people in that camp were saying to me, Mark, the logical fallacies that you have identified and summarized in your book, An End to Upside Down Medicine, I'm telling you, it's the same logical fallacies in cosmology. And the way I would describe it to you now, Charlie, after having gone through these exercises, is that there is a great potential for deception and for misunderstanding innocently. I think there's both. Some people are innocently propagating a narrative, not realizing it's false because they just believe the assumptions. Other people are nefariously doing so. But there's great potential when things are at the ultra small scale or at the ultra big scale, because we're never validating things directly. I'll give an example with regard to viruses. What is the claim made in medicine and virology? There is this particle. It's an obligate intracellular parasite. It gets inside of a host cell. It replicates, it bursts out of that cell, goes into other ones, does the same thing, and in so doing creates very specific physical disease symptoms in that person, and then that particle goes from one person to another, causing the same symptoms. I just described something very basic. No one has ever seen one part of what I just described. The belief in viruses is all based on indirect evidence. It's a much longer discussion, but it's the same thing with cosmology, where people are making inferences. And the logical fallacy that I'm seeing appear everywhere, it's called affirming the consequent. Very important. It appears in politics too. Basically, where people are jumping to a causal explanation of something and leaving out other possible models. The way it goes more formally is, if X, then Y, Y, therefore X. More simply put, if it rains, the grass outside will be wet. Second statement, I observe wet grass outside, therefore it rained. Why is that such a big problem? Because wet grass doesn't necessarily indicate rain. There are many other reasons. There could be wet grass, sprinklers, dew, parts of biology we don't understand, children running by, pouring buckets of water on the grass. So another way to put this is, just because a model can adequately explain an observation doesn't mean that model is correct. So we see this everywhere where people say, oh, we observed this thing and here's a model that can explain it, therefore that model is true, when there could be many other models. And that's really the crux of this whole thing in cosmology, medicine, and beyond.
I had a chance to meet Alex from The Way Forward at an Acapulco. I liked him right off the bat, and Confluent seems like a fantastic event, and had all the had Dr. Andrew Kaufman with me as well. So it's like I had the virus guy, the no virus guys, the terrain guys there, and this is something that I'm kind of late to the game, I guess, and I didn't really think too much about viruses, no viruses, in the same way I didn't think too much about the shape of the Earth until the last couple of years. And I understand there's this belief that maybe it could be you want to split the conspiracy crowd in half and get them fighting amongst each other, and certainly the shape of the Earth would be something that you could do that with. Mm-hmm. Man, I had an experience that was, I suppose, is like a science experiment on myself, and I don't know that it necessarily proves anything, but during a DMT session on the beach in Acapulco at night, the final time through, the guy I was with said, "This time I want you to do it, but I want you to keep your eyes open, and I don't want you to lay back. I want you to stay seated, keep your eyes open, and try it that way." And when I did, one of the things I could see was a very faint grid come out, almost out of the sand, and it extended to the horizon. I looked as far as I could see. It extended even back through the back of the sky. I looked up, tilted my head up, looked up. I could see it everywhere. I had this very unusual feeling. It was like a knowing that I was looking at the inside of a dome. I was looking at the firmament. I was looking at something that we were in an enclosed system, and that I could see almost like a CAD computer design when they're making, I don't know, Pixar movies, and they have the character, but then they layer, add onto them, and before the final piece where they put the skin on him, he's just a grid-like structure. And it felt like I was looking at the universe that had been peeled back one layer, and I was just seeing this grid, the sort of the architecture of it, the underneath system I was seeing. And when I got done, I looked at the guy I was with, and I said, I saw the grid. I saw a grid, And he said, that's why I asked you to keep your eyes open, because everybody that had smoked this particular strain of DMT was seeing the same thing. And after that, I really started to question a lot, and including the shape of the Earth. And I always have. I mean, I'd already had problems with NASA, and I know that their stories don't add up, and the moon landing is nonsense, and all this. So it wasn't as if I was a normie, but I wasn't quite. Dave Weiss is at the conference too. He said, hey, let me talk to you for an hour, about the shape of the Earth and everything. And I love Dave, and I'm open to all of it. But after that, I felt like I saw things in a different way. What was your feeling before you got into this, and how did your opinion on things like that change after writing this book?
Well, let's see. As my journey has progressed from books 1 to 7, let's say, my earlier books, I would have referred to flat Earth as a theory that we have overcome in science. That was something I used to say as an example of an old paradigm that we overcame, and I compared it to the paradigm shift in regard to consciousness, because my books are about the idea that consciousness does not come from the brain. I said, this is like a scientific revolution, just like we used to believe the Earth is flat now. So I was saying that sort of thing. Right. And then I came across Dave Weiss's work a few years later, probably 2021 or something, and remember thinking, okay, he makes some interesting points, but the number of assumptions he's peeling back, like this would take me a lot of work to really dive into. And it wasn't until 2024 that I went deep into it. I think one of the issues, it's almost like a marketing and branding issue with this topic, because there's a tendency to jump quickly to just the shape of the Earth. And to me, it's about the nature of the cosmos itself. It's about Earth and its place in the cosmos and what is the cosmos. Because the conventional model is that there was a Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. Unimaginably long ago. We don't even know what happened last week, let alone, 13.8 billion years ago. And scientists are going to say with certainty that that was the event that started the whole universe, which led to billions of years of things moving around in this massive cosmos, where Earth becomes a spherically shaped object revolving around the sun, or actually free falling around the sun at over 60,000 miles an hour. You need all of these things together. And so that's what I try to do in this book, is to break down each piece of it. So Big Bang, also heliocentrism, which is the idea that Earth revolves around the sun. This was the Copernican revolution, and Galileo allegedly proved this. We could talk about it. Actually, he didn't prove it. He was just engaging in this logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. But so there's heliocentrism. That's a big part of this. Does Earth revolve around the sun, or is Earth at a central place? And you could have a geocentric model where Earth is at the center, but Earth is a sphere, but it's at the center.
Thanks for watching that clip. If you want to hear the full episode, go wherever podcasts are served, search for Macroaggressions, subscribe to the show, and also make sure to give us a 5-star review if you think we've earned it. Thanks, everybody.
Next, we have this clip from a union of the Unwanted.
There's Iran, there's perspectives on, if Trump is on the list, are they lying to us now that there isn't a list, or were they lying to us then when they said that there was a list? All we know is somebody's lying, and we're used to liars lying. So let's try. Let's try to dissect this and figure out, what we think's going on. Anybody want to jump in and kind of give their 2 cents? I know Scott said he could riff a little bit on Epstein. Yeah, give us your outlook.
Well, so here's what I was thinking. So I was just picturing back. I was transporting myself back to 2019. Pre-COVID era. Like, that's almost unheard of, and it's like that era was so interesting. So Epstein didn't kill himself like the day after my birthday, right? So I remember when exactly that was. It was like early August 2019, and around that same time, I remember there was like the yellow vest protests going on in France, and then it was spreading through all the world. Like all these major cities, they were having all these protests. The Hong Kong protests. People were like, they fed up. People had had enough of the bullshit worldwide, man. And there was even that whole thing with remember the storm Area 51? They can't stop all of us. Like there was like that was all happening at the same time. There was this massive upswell of people just like, this is bullshit. And then the Epstein thing happened, and that was just like ripping off, like opening the floodgates of people just being like, okay, we're done. We're done with this bullshit. Okay, so then COVID happened, obviously, and people were just beaten down into submission. And to me, well, a lot of us got activated. A lot of us really, like, they turned us into warriors, you know what I mean? But at the same time, for the most part, people were just beaten down. And to me, this revelation, what just happened right now, it feels very much like the same Epstein didn't kill himself situation again, but I don't think people are going to have the same vigor or whatever that they had before. People are just going to take it. They're just going to take it. But it's like, to me, it's just at the end of the day, I don't care who's in office, Biden, Trump, whoever. It's like the government is always your enemy. And I have this hypothesis too. On Grand Theft World a couple weeks ago, Richard was out of town, and I did this whole episode with the hypothesis of being that governments all over the world exist primarily as their main function, at the end of the day, to cover up for child rape trafficking, as Craig Sawyer likes to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what it is. And we showed the expose of like the Marc Dutroux case out of Belgium, a crazy case out of Lithuania, so many cases in the UK, all the different cases here in the United States. And it's like, at the end of the day, when a child trafficking ring gets exposed and it goes all the way to the top, the government marshals all of their resources to cover it up and make it disappear all over the world. And so, again, this is just an example of that once again. And so I hope, if nothing else, the takeaway is that just never, ever stop hating the government. That's it. Because this is what they do. This is what they do. And I was like, prior to the election, like I was saying, I kind of hope Kamala gets in, because for the sole purpose of all the freedom people, all the people that are aligned with freedom, they would be in their face the whole time, just being like, fuck you. Nope, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. Fuck you. No, no, no. You know, but I knew if Trump was going to get in, all the freedom people were just going to start sucking the government's dick, dude. Not Trump's dick. They're just going to start sucking the government's dick again. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly where we're at right now. They all have capitulated and been like, oh, I just love the government so much. The government's here to save me. No, never. I don't care if it's...
In what, can you give an example of that? What is an example of loving?
Of all the Trump worship. It is primarily Trump worship, but it's like those are people that are generally aligned with freedom in the context that we understand freedom, and it just feels like
that's an interesting thing, because people relate to Trump, the man. He's like the man people love to hate, and he's so polarizing and unifying, but that people don't realize, well, this is the government, right? And
it's
what
the government.
Yeah,
been sucked in, dude. And so we just need to be reminded that fuck the government always and every day. And this hopefully will be a wake up call that people can stop with this bullshit of just worship. I don't care who it is, dude. Just stop. So that was my rant. There you go.
Well, I don't like the framing of Epstein client list, because that wasn't, they're trying to make it sound like he's selling children. And I don't know that that was ever really claimed. I think if you want to talk about maybe a running list of people who he's entrapped, that's one thing. But in terms of like client list, I mean, he was running Ponzi schemes and running arms and doing Southern Air Transport and involved in intelligence. And this was like in God knows what at fucking Zorro Ranch in underground in the eugenics movement and funding Martin Nowak. And he was doing all kinds of things. They make it sound like this is the only thing that he was doing. I suppose I'm glad that people are talking about an Epstein type character, or that they know that, you know, the normies out there know that there are people like Jeffrey Epstein out there. But if you only get the sex entrapment operation part about Jeffrey Epstein, you're missing a lot more. And frankly, even more diabolical, if you can imagine that. So the stuff that he was into.
Isn't that the point, though, right? To distract and make it almost a caricature of what it is. And like, I know you've looked into the Epstein's ties to transhumanism and all.
Oh yeah, with Martin Nowak. Financing. Yeah, I start asking, like, okay, this guy's a horrible piece of shit who's tied to all the wrong people. Why is he financing Martin Nowak's population dynamics and evolutionary game theory at Harvard? What are they working on? And then you find out about Zorro Ranch and what's going on underneath, underground, and what he had plans for. And it's like, you guys want to like get weird and get into Jeffrey Epstein and go down a rabbit hole? Like,
so
once
it becomes
you
almost
get over the
cover.
list not being a thing,
the list becomes a cover.
Check out transhumanism. He's in it, and that's really important for us to know. And I know that you can't go anywhere without these super powerful, wealthy guys being involved in transhumanism. And transhumanism, again, just as a reminder of the terminology, it is a word that was coined in the late 60s by Sir Julian Huxley, the head of the British Eugenics Society, to rebrand eugenics into something else. Not change it, just rebrand it. And the term they chose was transhumanism. It is eugenics. And you will find these people all over it, including Epstein. And so the sexual blackmail stuff is really like headline grabbing and super gross and very interesting. But just like, it's just 1/10 of the stuff that he's doing. And it's like, if you follow those threads, you might not get the list, but you'll get a list of associates. And then you can just start drawing your own connections from that. I mean, we have flight logs. It's not like we don't have, I don't know what people were waiting for. like a fucking Rolodex, like a spreadsheet or something. I don't know. I don't know what they thought was coming, but I never was expecting any sort of list, especially from the government of the United States, is going to give out a list of all the shit or show all the stuff and like ruin this 30-year honeypot they've been working on and all the good stuff they've got. No way.
Or it even goes to kind of what I was saying earlier, like the people like Bongino, Cash Patel, these people who've been rallying it against the FBI and the government, they just absorbed them into the apparatus and just completely neutered them. And it's just like, so now that's no longer a threat.
And I will give those guys the benefit of the doubt and say that they had an intention to do that. But I mean, my man, I could have told you you weren't gonna be able to do that. You think you're gonna go in and run the FBI and then they're just gonna open up and give you all these files? Like, what do you do?
Well, then it's all smoke and mirrors. I want to say, to the point of the transhumanist funding that Epstein helped make happen, that is a very important part of the Agenda 2030 and the future that we're going towards. And like right now in the spiritual world, like people who know Egyptologist Robert Grant, for instance, he just went to Egypt and he had one of his underlings do a presentation on sacred geometry, and they have an entire slide on graphene oxide and how to reverse engineer sacred geometry, and even using the bees and the hexagonal shape to just boost the profile of graphene oxide. But what does this have to do with Egyptology? It's yet another, this is a perfect example of how they sneak in the transhumanist agenda. And, we could talk about the spiritual AI, and, July 4th marks the under Trump administrative initiative of AI.gov is being expanded into a living AI infrastructure platform. But it is part of, by the way, a much bigger initiative that started under Biden. There was an executive order, EO 14179, directing AI rules across agencies and calling for a US AI action plan. So this has been in motion for a while. And what you found, Scott, the fact that it was created in
2018. July, pretty much this time of year. 2018. Yeah, they knew what was up.
We're nanoforming our planet, by the way. We're nanoforming our planet, folks.
Nanoforming. Expand on that. That's a very interesting.
Instead of the word what's the usual word?
Terraforming.
So what came to my mind is we're nanoforming, because it's everywhere, and the beauty is we don't see it, and the people don't see that the walls are closing in as far as the track and trace the future of that looks like what China is.
I wanted to well, first of all, I wanted to say that you got, just on a totally different topic, but since Steve just popped in, Third Eye Carnival this last weekend in Pueblo, Colorado. Fantastic live event. I encourage people in the future to go to these live events when they come in your proximity. Make a road trip out of it if you need to. But we had a blast Friday, Saturday. I didn't get to hang around on Sunday, Steve, but I know you guys had bands going the whole time. And we got a free fireworks show.
Every night, rain or shine.
Whether you wanted one or not. Yeah.
Yeah, and the bands on Sunday would have melted your freaking face off, Charlie.
Oh,
I
I
sent
bet
you
they
a
would
video of these kids called Triplip, and it's a two-piece bass and drums. And it sounds something like Mr. Bungley from, late 80s, early 90s. It's insane. Those guys were absolutely incredible. But yeah.
Great job setting that up, Steve. And I encourage people in the future, when Third Eye Carnivals come to your area, I think there's going to be one in El Paso, Texas in October, if I'm...
October 17th through 19th, El Paso, Texas.
If you're in that vicinity or you want to make a trip of it, these live events are fantastic to get to meet, connect with other people, network,
We are at
make a trip out of it.
I promise.
So-
Probably seen a bunch.
Hopefully, have another one here outside of Nashville again.
Yeah.
We had one
Yeah,
in
that
April
was a lot of
here
fun.
in Nashville. That was a blast. We almost got sucked away in a tornado, but other than that, it
That's
was
true.
great. Yeah.
You would have had to have been a couple of miles away for that. In fairness.
Total. No, it was epic, dude. Epic.
Did something really weird happen and like Billy Ray swapped out with Sam? Like, do we need Billy Ray to go get a LA Dodgers hat real quick just to complete the?
Sam was here and then he dropped out. And now Billy Ray's here.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your transition, Sam.
What? Can you hear me?
Yep. Billy Ray Valentine. how are you?
Congratulations on his transition into a stud from New York.
A bad motherfucker from the Bronx. Billy Ray Valentine. That's what we're talking about. Twice in
What's
one
going
day.
on?
We get
What's
to
that, buddy?
talk. I'm so glad you're here. You and I spoke about this earlier today,
Yeah,
and I told Ricky that we wanted to talk about this Epstein thing because you and I know you've got a limited clock here, so I want to push you up kind of to the front of the line if you don't mind, to get some shit off your chest about whether or not we're going to let Trump slide on this whole Epstein thing, and I know you had some thoughts on it, so why don't you just feel free to blast off and do what
Well,
you
first
need.
of all, thank you, Charlie, man. I appreciate you. What's up, Scotty? How you doing? Good to see you. Mr. Poikinen, how are you? Always a pleasure. What's up, Ricky? And the other two, I am sorry. Mariam, how are you? And Clint. what's
Howdy
going on?
to you.
How you doing? No, man, it's, obviously it hit the fan, right? And well, I think Poikinen would know better than anybody aside from you, Charlie, how I felt about this for a long, long time, right? And hearing the alt media, I feel that we're not doing our audiences any favors by continuing to prop up this buffoon that's currently sitting in the White House, and they, it goes back to, at least just for this current regime that he's got going on for his second term. It goes back to, will you release the Epstein files? And he's like, well, yeah, but maybe not, because there's a lot of stuff in there that's going to mess with people. There's a lot of stuff in there, a lot of bad information that's going to mess with people. And people let that slide. They were like, yeah, let's let that go. No problem. Right. And then they get in power, and Kash Patel, who is a bona fide nutcase. I never thought the guy would be in office, but here he is. He's the head of the FBI. And he's like, well, we're going to release these things on day one. Day one came and went, no release. Right. Pam Bondi, they're sitting on my desk. Right. When they asked her, they're sitting on my desk. I just got to review them. That came and went. Then they start some other freaking narrative that really pissed me off. Oh, it's the deep state. I thought they had fleshed out the deep state, but no, it's the deep state, the Southern District of New York. And there was a war going on that was preventing them from releasing the files. Then it's Kash Patel. Kash Patel is like, Pam Bondi has them. And then Pam Bondi's like, Kash Patel has them. So we did that whole thing too. And still people were like hopeful for some reason, the most transparent administration, right? It's supposed to be the most transparent administration of all time. This is their words, not mine, right? And people are still hopeful. Oh, we're going to get something. We're going to get something. We're going to get something. How do you expect to get something from these people? But most importantly, they highlight after they're in office, Mr. Bongino and Kash Patel looking like a deer in headlights. He looks like that all the time, by the way. But Bongino told everyone. He told everyone. He told everyone in the alt media. He told everyone in conspiracy world. He told everyone in the right, the far right, whatever you want to. He told everyone what was going to go down, and they refused to see it. Well, at least some people were seeing it at that point, but most people were still like, whatever. He told you there is no there. We're not going to get anything. What you think is on the tapes, there's nothing on those tapes. The files? No, there's nothing. There's nothing. We're going to release what we can release. And that was Kash Patel who said it on Joe Rogan. We're going to release what we can release. You know, and everybody's all right. Listen, we have to come to a point here where we have to stop the nonsense. We have to knock this crap out, right? This administration is not the most transparent administration. It might actually be the administration that lies the most blatantly without a mask on. It's just like, we're just going to lie to you. We're going to tell you that these documents are on our desk and I am going to release them, Pam Bondi. And then they disappear. Now they don't exist, right? Not only did this guy actually kill himself, right? Because that's what they said. And we know that he killed himself, is what Kash Patel said and Dan Bongino said. We know that he killed himself. Dan Bongino made a career out of spreading conspiracy theories and saying, hey, it's how could you even believe that Epstein killed himself? Dan Bongino's on record saying that Kash Patel is very similar.
Well,
in what he used to push. And now they're sitting here and saying, well, he killed himself. We know he killed himself because we're familiar with all of this. We've seen it before. So we know, please take our word for it. Take our word for it. And we're supposed to do that. That's what we're supposed to do. So we've come to a place in the alternative media where it's like, choose your own reality, you know? Well, maybe they're telling the truth, right? Maybe they're telling the truth, or maybe they're covering up for somebody. So if they're covering up for somebody, who are they covering up for? If they're covering up for somebody, who are they covering up for? They're either covering up for Donald Trump, or according to Steve Bannon, according to who's the other buffoon? Alex Jones. According to Alex Jones and Steve Bannon, they were being held hostage by the deep state on camera, and that's why they lied about all of this, because the deep state has them held hostage. Where they're supposed to be, you know, with the alpha males with the balls dragging on the floor, right? They're supposed to be those dudes. So they could have just said, hey, listen, it's the deep state that is making us say this, right? They could have just outed everything and done that, but they didn't do that. So they're either protecting Donald Trump or they're telling the truth. Either way, we were lied to.
Well, that's
either way.
We know we were definitely lied to. The narrative has changed publicly, and obviously we can kind of, you know, highlight all the times that one person initially said this and then they now are saying something else. That's, to me, that's not the most interesting part. I think the part that I would like to kind of discuss and discover is the why, right? Because I think that's the fascinating part. It's like, we know that they've lied. Now, did they ever have intentions of releasing anything? I don't know. But if they did, you know, the narrative changing could be for multiple reasons. I mean, it was so obvious that the narrative's changed because if you're Kash Patel and you're going on Rogan, and Rogan in a very casual, friendly little debate pushed back, and you don't have any answers, it seems like he wasn't quite ready for, you know, to, like, it's either like he had to change his narrative, he was forced to change his narrative, and he struggles to because he's lying now, and maybe he wasn't lying before, or vice versa, who knows? But to me, like, there's something that we're unaware of that's going on behind the scenes, and I think that's clear, because why would you openly, I mean, everybody knows that there's tons of videos circulating on Twitter, on YouTube, of clips of people saying one thing and then saying another thing. Like, why would you openly do that if there wasn't something else going on? Either the FBI and CIA, they could have easily been, you know, the second that maybe they thought there was any chance of, you know, releasing anything, they could immediately start just, you know, John Kiriakou said it on Piers Morgan, I believe, today. They could immediately start just throwing everything away, shredding files, deleting files, making sure that there wasn't any evidence of anything. That could be a possibility. Another thing is they could be threatened. I mean, obviously, political assassinations happen. These are sick people who there's obviously a long history of whistleblowers being killed in mysterious deaths, this and that. Like, maybe their lives were threatened. Who knows? I mean, I just think that, you know, we're highlighting, yeah, they did lie, but I want to kind of dissect a little bit of like, why do you think they're lying? Is there, maybe we'll get Clinton this. Clinton, what do you think? Do you have a theory?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious to me that it was because they were building blackmail files. Is my camera working?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was pretty obvious that they're building blackmail files on some of the most rich and powerful people, both in Fortune 500 companies, big tech, politics, royal families. That's what the primary driving force of this was, and I think that's the reason that it continues to persist throughout different administrations, is that those same files have value to whoever possesses them. So why would you ever prosecute anybody when you could just say, hey, guy who runs Fortune 500 company, I'm going to need you to do XYZ, or guy who votes on XYZ policy, I need you to vote against that. I need you to vote for it. I need you to change where you're building your products. If you're Trump and you're nationalist and you want to bring home industry, you go, well, hey, now I've got blackmail on all these corporations. Suddenly they're building their factories here instead of China or whatever. There's lots of reasons that it's able to be used, but I just wanted to. I haven't been able to give my macro take yet, so I'll just give a brief overview. If I'm going to find any silver lining in this, and it's tough to find, I'll admit, but I do think that there's a lot of value, particularly for people in our arena, for those that aren't in our arena, to have all of this evidence, all of this footage of Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, all going on the record. Alina Habba, too, just a couple months ago, all on the record saying disclosures are coming, prosecutions are coming, lists are coming, proof is coming, evidence is coming, justice is coming. Nothing is coming. And it's like, that is radical. A lot of people say I wanted Kamala Harris to win because then the right is much better when there's a Democrat in power. Well, I will say this: if you're an accelerationist, boom, you just accelerated a whole hell of a lot of MAGA QAnon folks back into the land of fuck the government, fuck everybody in government. So I guess that's the silver lining if I were to find one. But I will say, when I got this news last night, I was as close to despair as I've been when it comes to politics in a long time. I mean, the abuse of children en masse, to have so many people involved in this, some of which I know, some of which I've shared the stage with, to obviously lie through their fucking teeth and cover up for some of the worst people that have ever walked the earth.
Fake and gay.
What's
it's
that?
All fake, because it's all fake and gay. And
yeah, I know.
I would say if you're going through despair, that's a good phase to sit with yourself, because it is all fake and gay. And I think the Epstein, I've injected myself into arguably the biggest psychological operation of our century, George Floyd. And I can tell you what's being presented on the outside is nothing of what's happening. There's a whole movement to free Derek. Meanwhile, we don't even know if Derek is alive, but I can tell you Derek was definitely incapacitated. So that shows the disparity. And I think it's important for everybody to realize that we're being distracted. What's important? Our family, loved ones, our health, and doing what we can on the local level. I think this is distraction to cover up to bigger things, like Charlie was saying, Epstein's involvement in this very real transhumanist agenda. Like, this is a brave new world, folks. I'm sorry to sound the alarm, but it is happening. And I've just been looking at, we'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything is the American public believes is false, right? So we're pretty much there. And if you look at all these initiatives with the AI.gov, I think that merits discussion, because Epstein is it's another episode.
Well, if I may, right, and with all due respect, this is your show, Ricky, and I get why you would want to talk about the why, but in all actuality, we're just doing mental gymnastics talking about the why, because we'll never really know why. We can come up with all types of rationale that'll fit our already preconceived notions of what's going on. We're like, well, maybe it was this. Well, maybe it was that. So I don't really care about the why. I'm happy to talk to you about it because this is what you want to do, and that's fine for however long I've been here. I'm going to be here. But the why is really inconsequential. It's the what the hell did you do? And how do we take it forward? How do we march on it? How do we move forward? And how do we hold them accountable? I don't care why you did it. I know that you did it. You've been lying to the American public. You've been lying to your core supporters knowingly. We can prove that. We can't prove that there's an internet, even though this may be true, we can't prove that there's an international cabal of all this other stuff. We can't do the mental gymnastics anymore about the why. What we can prove is that these people have been lying to us since January, since before that. An illegitimate regime that is doing literal 1984 doublespeak, literal secret police kidnapping people, literally. Okay, and now they're talking about deporting American freaking citizens. And that's everybody here, regardless of race and color. They're talking about deporting them. So bottom line is this. They lied to us about being the most transparent freaking administration. They said they were going to release JFK. They did that, and it was inconsequential. 9/11 and the Jeffrey Epstein files. And now they're slapping you in the face and telling you, hey, these files don't exist. After they've said they do exist and they're on my desk. So here we go. Either they're telling the truth, right? Or they're protecting Donald Trump. You pick. So we were lied to for years about a fictional list, maybe. I don't think that's the case. I think a list does exist. It has to exist, right? Because Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail. So it has to exist because there were hundreds of abused women that came forward in that trial. So a list has to exist, in my opinion. But for argument's sake, there was no list and they're telling the truth, or they're covering up for somebody. That's the only plausible next step. Who are they covering up for? Maybe the guy that was his best friend. Maybe the guy that said, hey, I want to hang with this guy. He's a lot of fun and they like young ladies. We like young ladies together. Maybe it's that guy. Maybe the guy that said, hey, Ghislaine Maxwell, I wish you well. Or maybe the dude that said, hey, maybe I won't release the files because there's a lot of junk in there and it's going to hurt a lot of people. Maybe that's what we should be looking at. So instead of thinking about the why they're doing this, let's think about, yes, they freaking did it. And let's hold these people accountable for what they did.
How do you propose that? I would love to know how. I think if there is a creator and karma, people are being tested on all sorts of levels of integrity and whoring out their souls. And there's tons of operatives who don't even know that they're being used as useful idiots. I think you need to understand how you make the sausage.
Can I explain the despair point? Because the reason I was in despair is not so much for my own personal desires or anything like that, but rather like just to recognize that there is 70 plus million people, and I believe that number actually happened, came out and voted for Donald Trump, many of which voted like specifically for this issue. They were furious about this issue. So I guess the thing that really broke my heart was just to recognize essentially that even with a huge percentage of the population viciously angry about an issue, they're still powerless to get the people that they voted into power to do anything about it. Despite explicit promises on video for years, they will just get up there one day and they'll say, psych, we've got nothing for you. And it's like, it's so profound, the disrespect to the people of this country, to the people of the world, that I struggle to deal with it. It's just like, they don't fear us even slightly. And just to sit with that feeling was like rough. Like they just don't give a shit.
Do you feel like you are perhaps on the receiving end of a demoralization campaign?
I do, but I would just like to say, I recognize the demoralization campaign or the dispiriting. Mission accomplished. Please stop.
Right. Yeah,
I don't need any more.
It's frustrating to.
I think it could be an awakening. I think for all of us, we've all gone through an awakening of the levels of fake and gayness.
It's just like the original Epstein didn't kill himself. It's like people are just like, okay.
I think we should all be thanking blonde-haired, blue-eyed, perfect baby Jesus that the tapes became resurrected. and that the footage of the outside of Epstein's cell, despite us being told for years was destroyed, suddenly rose from the dead to be played on Twitter yesterday.
Oh, can we
That was
see that? I haven't
All
seen
except for
Hallelujah.
a 10-second clip. Apparently,
no. There's a 12-hour
No, there's
video you can
like an
get, but
11
it's
plus
it's
hour.
pointless.
No, but there's a piece missing apparently.
Yeah,
in
they
that
don't have him
video.
killing
1 minute. 1 minute out of 12 hours. You can see the
Exactly.
timestamp jump. But
Yeah, there's
I
timestamp
honestly-
jokes in George Floyd too.
honestly, though, I think that's probably just a red herring to try and drag you in the wrong direction. I think
Maybe.
that footage is total bullshit.
I would.
Oh,
I would.
I think
I
the
would.
whole idea of the government telling you the truth is
The whole
total bullshit.
thing feels
Yeah,
radioactive.
we could
to me.
definitely agree on the tapes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now, we take a look at this clip from Weezy and 7 Seas.
Overview of the old Sandy Hook shooting that took place on December 14th of 2020 or 2012. I'm sorry. Any thoughts?
So before we get too into like the official narrative and things like that, I thought it would be interesting to like talk about some of the trivia and some of the smaller like obscure conspiracies. Have you ever heard the one that Adam Lanza is actually David Hogg?
Yeah.
When you put their pictures up together, it's I mean, they look a lot alike.
Well, I mean, Hogg was involved in Parkland.
Yep.
For sure. And I definitely see him as a crisis actor there now. As far as Sandy Hook, I mean, I guess the issue, I don't think David Hogg is quite 6 feet.
Yeah, it is I don't think it's a good theory, but it's one of the ones I've caught. Now, there is something about about Adam Lanza's babysitter. His name is Ryan Kraft. And I can actually pull something up on him really quick because he ended up pretty well off after all of it. Let me see if I can find that. It's on YouTube somewhere, but he gives like a presentation as VP of operations of some rocket propulsion company or something like that.
Whoa.
And if I remember correctly, they're funded by BlackRock. Let's see. Rocket company. It was on YouTube when they had it was some video of him giving a tour of the company and sort of showed what he did. I wonder if I'd even be able to find it now. Let me try another link, but while I'm doing that, I think the biggest theory for Sandy Hook is that it was all staged. And I think Alex Jones was like the #1 proponent of that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
There was a whole trial and everything.
Yeah, so Alex Jones was one of the biggest ones out there yelling that it was fake and gay. And then the trial came about, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. And he was hit with a $1.2 billion lawsuit. And as of today, he still hasn't paid a dime, according to reports. And as of that case, he, for the last couple of years, Alex Jones has been saying, you know what? People did die. I apologize for even questioning it. I was stupid. I was wrong. He's been taking that approach. And a lot of people have wondered why. I mean, this event, the Sandy Hook event, was rife with crisis actors all over the place. The school wasn't really a damn school.
Yeah.
So many damn things to this don't add up. And so for people that have not looked into Sandy Hook, you're like, oh my God, all these kids, you guys just read the Wikipedia and you guys were laughing about it. Oh my God. because it is so preposterous when you break it down. We're going to show you some of these characters, some of these crisis actors. So I want to preface it because maybe if you're new to following either one of us, or maybe you're just going into the rabbit hole, this could be one of those things where you're like, oh shit, man, I'm not ready to go there yet. We're gonna take our time. We're not just gonna we're not gonna just take the plunge, taking into consideration that some people are just barely finding out, that the government is lying to us and whatnot. But the whole trial seems to be fake as well. Not just the Sandy Hook event, but the trial in itself. It's never made any sense to me seeing Alex Jones on X. This is supposed to be the most censored man, the most banned individual, along with Joe Rogan. These guys are banned and they're battling censorship. And they're so fucking massive. Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, household fucking names. Cry me a river about being fucking banned and censored. They're not.
Yeah.
And so when we look, we're going to be looking at some court filings. We're going to look at some of the things that were not brought up during trial. That gives no other impression that Alex Jones laid the fuck down. He was a crisis actor, for lack of a better term, in that trial.
I have some interesting theories, and I'll kind of run them by you when we start getting into.
Uh-oh. I just lost you, brother. You are frozen in time. Oh, shit. Live chat, can you guys hear me? Comment in the live chat if you guys can hear me at the very least. And if it's okay, so you guys can hear me, but unfortunately 7 is having issues. Maybe this is a topic we aren't supposed to be talking about. So while we get back, while we wait for 7 to come back, let's read some of these comments. My boy Sam Chaney says, stop being mean to my fake heroes. Copy that. Oh shit, look who's here. BRV in the house. This is someone who has covered quite a bit. He's talked, my boy BRV has talked to Jim Fetzer. I believe he's spoken with even Wolfgang Halbig. 3-chord grifter says, don't be a pussy. I'll try not to. Damn, 7. Hopefully, hopefully the feds did not cut his service. What's up, Rocky USA? What's up, Tadpole 69? What's up, Heidi? What's up, Missy? Karen, questions life. All right. I'm gonna see if 7 has given me a text. So, oh shit. Okay, he just texted me. My power flashed on and off. Goddamn. There he is, right here. Dude,
I'm back.
Man, feds don't want this conversation.
Right? That was the first thing I thought. I was like, oh well, there it goes.
Yeah.
All right, let's
so
see here.
You were gonna show that YouTube video, I think.
Yeah.
You were priming up.
But yeah, my power disconnected because I guess there's a storm happening right now. Let's see. There it is.
Ruckus, what's up, Ruckus? He says you don't need a dancing partner. Oh, it's always nice to have a dancing partner. What's up, Rocky?
All right, I got that video pulled
All right,
up. So
here we
this
go.
is Ryan Kraft, who at the time was Adam Lanza's supposed babysitter, did interviews and everything like that. And now he's working as the director of integrated performance.
No audio there.
No audio, huh?
If you go to the screen share.
Oh.
On the present, when you do the share screen, it'll be a little tab that says share tab audio.
I might be a little too retarded. I might send it to you. I'll send you the link.
All right.
I'm going to plead plausible deniability on the fact that I have no idea what I'm doing. If I ever get if they ever try to come after me, be like, look, just go watch one of the streams. You can tell that I have no clue.
All right, here we go.
Hi, I'm Ryan Kraft. I'm the Director of Integrated Performance at Relativity. One of the key things that we focus on in the department is connecting all the different teams, making sure the structures work with the engines work with the software, and the software works with the electronics hardware. I was lucky enough to work in a few different hardware startups. This is actually number 5 for me. Worked on electric vehicles, race cars, rockets, and manned spacecraft. When I saw what was going on in Relativity here about 3.5 years ago, I realized this is the coolest place to be on Earth, and I wanted to join the team. Some of the things that we get to learn every day, I don't think you can learn anywhere else, and the team that I get to do it with just makes it even sweeter. Folks have done rockets, folks have printed things, but when you put them together, there's a lot of things that no one's ever seen before. Specifically, some of the big challenges are around figuring out what parts of accepted practice in the rocket industry still make sense for us, and where we should change things, or when we should just throw it out and start over with a completely new approach. There's a lot of places where an engineer can come in today and still define how Relativity will do rocket engineering for the next 5 to 10 years. That's a really open playing field and a lot of area for innovation and new ideas, things that have really not been tried before in aerospace. When we look for candidates in the integrated performance team, the main thing that we're looking for is hunger to face really hard problems and excitement to learn as you go. We're just looking for people with different views, different experiences, and different ideas to find the right way to do a reusable rocket next time around. Right now, the team's about 40. We're looking to double that in the next year or so. We've been growing a lot in the last year, but definitely a lot more to come as we get ready for Terran R and all the fun physical challenges there. One of the very unique opportunities here at Relativity is being part of a lot of technical firsts. We printed our first rocket, we're testing it right now. We're about to go through our first launch, then our first customer, and eventually our first re-entry landing of a booster and reuse of it. One thing that people might not know about working in...
Look, he's so happy and smiling.
...is that a lot of us didn't have a rocket background when we came in. People come from...
Can't you tell how traumatized he is from being connected to the worst mass shooting in history?
I feel like the opportunity for a really fast pace of learning.
So this guy was who again?
He was the alleged babysitter of Adam Lanza. And as I'm sure you're also in agreement on, rocket companies and all these spaceship companies are just fronts. So I take that as he probably got rewarded.
Yeah.
By being put in charge of this rocket company.
Well, in that same spirit, let's watch old Robbie Parker, man.
All right.
This is, I'm sure most people are aware of this, but this is Robbie Parker. He pretty much is the face of Sandy Hook. You know, he's the father of a little girl, which interestingly enough, there's a picture of him with the alleged little girl that got killed at Sandy Hook. And I'm saying allegedly because the picture has been deemed AI, Photoshop. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yes. If you look at the picture, the daughter has one leg. It's a bad Photoshop at that. And so someone had posted it on X, and it even got community noted that this is possibly this image has been altered. I'm like, ooh, that's fucking damning, man. So here's Robbie Parker, alleged father of someone that died at Sandy Hook.
Because I remember at Virginia Tech when I went out there, parents, loved ones of slain young people wanted to remember their sons and their daughters. And as a result, they spoke and made a statement. So we'll see if Robbie Parker, I assume he's going to come out to the microphones now and make a statement. Looks like the family is there.
Look at him.
And they're getting ready to make
laughing
come to the microphones.
Yep.
So we'll listen up.
Okay.
Insane. He's like,
So my name's Robbie Parker.
He forced it out, dude. Let's watch it again. There we
They're
go.
getting ready to make
Look at
come there.
He just lost his daughter allegedly.
And make a statement.
Giving a press
Looks
conference.
like the family is there.
And then he says, "Are you
They're
guys
getting
ready?"
to make to come to the microphone. So we'll listen up.
Should we start?
Family is there.
Are the cameras rolling? Should I start crying now?
To the microphone. So we'll listen up.
Shall we start? Okay. And now look, he's mustering them, the damn tears, bro.
So my name's Robbie Parker.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Insane. Code switching.
Man. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing about Sandy Hook, there's a lot of shit that doesn't make sense.
Next, we have this clip with Indy from the Indie News Network and his interview with Ryan Cristian.
So this guy is the host of his own show called The Last American Vagabond, but it's not just a show, it's a network. It's more than that. It's a website where he publishes, and he has other people publish articles. They do kind of documentary type of films, but most importantly, they do in-depth 4+ hour live streams on a multi-days per week basis. So welcome to the show, Ryan Cristian, The Last American Vagabond. Man.
My pleasure, brother. Good to
Dude.
be on. And I was just looking at the award again the other day. I noticed it got caught in the documentary, and I was glad to see that because that was one of the early things I got a long time ago, and I was very proud of that.
Yeah, man. Well, it's funny. When I had first talked to Misty Winston about initially coming up with this idea, I'm like, there really is not. There was that Serena Shim Award that people still give out. I still see that occasionally, and it got some controversy, but that's a phenomenal honor, and it's got a nice list of people. And I'm like, other than that, like that's basically been it in our space for a long time. So why don't we kind of create something? I spend hours a week vetting independent media, and then we'll open it up to INN members and Misty, and we'll kind of try to showcase the people that we think are doing the right thing. So we had, again, this is the third year already. I'm trying to decide who would be in for 2025 already. I can't believe we're working on our fourth year for that. But the reason why you were one of the honorees and you were in that initial class where we've got to identify kind of who are the first ballot Hall of Famer type of people and get them out there first. And thank you. Seriously, it's just been a tough 5 years, and it's interesting that you in the last year have collaborated with a lot of those other people to come up with a network of your own. Now, TLAV alone was its own network, right? From what it seemed like, you were doing interview streams with people, but you were showcasing other independents on your platform, and that was kind of the dream and the vision behind why we created INN in the first place. You were just doing it kind of more established, I feel like, and now you got the Independent Media Alliance. So, wow, when that was announced, I got really excited because that to me is like a culmination and a very similar path to where we were, where you're going to have a shared collaborative space, right, with Whitney and with Derek and with, I think, 17 other people. I mean, it's pretty wild. Round tables. There's going to be the, well, I'll let you talk about it. So kind of explain how that happened, how that all came together, what the reasoning behind it was. I'd love to hear more about like kind of the formation of the Independent Media Alliance? I saw the press releases and everything, but I'd love to hear like kind of your behind the scenes explanation of what happened.
Yeah, definitely. At first, just on Last American Vagabond, you know, it started as just a certain little project long before I ever thought it would become what it is today. And jumping forward, you know, a decade or so, a long period of time, you know, I ended up bringing on people to write and do other other aspects of, you know, research and so on. And that ended up being Whitney Webb and Derek Brose and Robert Inlakesh and Matt Arrett and Taylor Hudak and a couple of others that kind of came and went. But, you know, that was not so much a network as people that just were part of the Last American Vagabond and still are. You know, right now we're going through a lull essentially through, I mean, I think we've talked about off air at least more than once, and maybe on AM Wake Up about the different lawsuits we've gone through and the amount of attacks we've had and the amount of money we had to pay to arguably win those things. I mean, it's not really arguably, just I feel like I lost because we spent so much money. But the point is that because of all that, we've had a lull in the writing and stuff, but they're all still very much a part of the team of the Last American Vagabond, not necessarily just posting on the site, you know. And then we, after that, you know, that's been growing in its own right for a long time. And on that same note, by the way, it was very important to me as the editor and founder of Last American Vagabond to bring people on, paid writing and so on, and making sure that I did not make them choose between what they had been building their whole lives and starting to work with TLAV. Very important to me because I've seen that in this field for such a long time that it's like very, you know, guarded, and which we understand why. But I wanted to make sure that Derek could continue to, which the Conscious Resistance is fantastic, and it's been there for a very long time, and make sure that could continue to grow, or help, you know, be there and help Whitney be able to build Unlimited Hangout, because that started after we were working with TLAV. And so that's what I thought was so important about what we were doing, is that it was about not just making TLAV a focal point, it was about helping grow out more of everybody's beneficial work, you know. And then the IMA came around, it was just before the last selection process. And Whitney had reached out to me and pointed out something we've talked about many times now, but we saw this weird reaction. A little bit of a preface, actually. You know that a lot of us, and I take this from James Corbett, that's where he's one of the people I look up to in this field, always have. He's outstanding, one of the best, if not the best. And he was really adamant about, you know, where this is why I first caught on to the idea of like, you know, like your vote doesn't really translate. Not that it doesn't matter in representative government, but we've been stolen from us, right? And he would say things like vote no one, you know, 2024, right? No, vote no one. And people would react to that like almost confused, but really rarely got any attention. People like would disregard it like you were the child in the room, right? They didn't get what you were going at. Or, you know, we start talking about alternative paths or Derek's exit and build and these different points, right? And so I've been doing that ever since I've been doing this work, because I really don't believe in the process, in the system that's in front of us. Not necessarily that voting, if forced to be in a state of society, not that that's not important, because it is if you're forced to be in a state of society. But so as we went forward, right before the 2024, you know, right before the last election, we started doing the same thing we always do. You know, vote no one, you know, you're being played left versus right, saying, you know, two wings, the same bird. And it got the most incredible pushback from people that you like, large people in mainstream alternative media, you know, like Jones people, Benny Johnson's, or people like, it became the focal point of this conversation that we were black-pilled, right? There's a purity test that nobody could uphold. And what's crazy about it is we've always been talking about that, and we've always juxtaposed it next to solutions, right? Here's what else you can do. Here's what, you know, why we think voting is one of the least important things you can do to make a difference in this conversation. And yet the argument was somehow that we were presenting an impossible choice. We're trying to trick people from, you know, like not choosing Trump was the ultimate point, because they'd rationalized that he was somehow the lesser of evils. That's a lot to get into. There's other points I could make there, but that was the kind of the impetus. And we realized something was building. Something was different, right? Clearly, they were vulnerable to this in our eyes. They recognized that this was something they had to defend against, even though before it was basically ignored. And so we got together and discussed between the three of us, Derek, Whitney, and I, about starting a collaboration, not with any funding mechanisms, not that we had to do anything other than just a collection, a loose gathering of people who all had the same. And I think the main principle started with the two-party illusion, you know, being able to call out the obvious genocide that was taking place, you know, these like objective facts that we can clearly see in the world, and people that are nonpartisan. Those are like the three main things. And basically look for people that we thought met that at a very high level. And we still plan to build it out. We're waiting on a few things. We can talk about that next in regard to Odyssey, but immediately found people that were really, you know, on that same path. And so we started that group. And we called it the Independent Media Alliance, and it's really what it was. It's an alliance. Nobody was forced to do anything. We didn't, collaborate on anything else we wanted to, and that's where we still are right now, where we do panels and roundtables and talk about what's going on. And it just got the most incredible attack as well about people trying to claim one thing or the other. And what's funny is going forward since then, we've seen an endless string of what purity tests actually look like, or what black pilled actually looks like. And as everything we said about what we worried about would happen if you chose to continue this left-right paradigm lie is literally taking place right now. And none of us are happy about that. The last thing we wanted was for all these problems to continue. And now most of the people that were attacking us for that are the ones that are standing up and going, here's a problem. This is why we need, kind of repositioning themselves to be the next rebel for whatever comes next. And it's a really important time for independent media. And there's a lot more ways we can go in it, but I think that's a good kind of general premise for how it started.
Yeah. And then again, the caliber of people that you were able to pull from when it came to the Independent Media Alliance, all right, where you've got Charlie Robinson and you've got James Corbett as part of this, and you've got Truth Stream Media, and I adore Melissa and Aaron's videos. Steve's been showing them more at AM Wake Up. Phenomenal. I mean, just incredible people who have done a extensive body of work that have a perspective that for some reason does not get showcased at all really in mainstream. And because it is showing, it leads to a path that exposes who's actually running everything, which is, I guess, what they of course don't want everyone to see.
Corbett as well. I always make, it always blows me away how James Corbett can be so foundational in so many things we're talking about. And people can almost reference his work or even do reference his work without actually identifying the Corbett reporter. James, everyone in this field and mainstream alternative media, everyone knows who he is. And yet he gets referenced less than, like, it's wild to me. And I think it really does show you the point you're making there, that it's, for me, it's always been about people who are objective and nonpartisan. And it's just like this anomaly for the system. They just have, the best they can do is just pretend like it's not there. And I think that was kind of what we saw with that.
It's facts versus emotion. And James is incredibly fact-based and he tries to remove the emotion, I think, from the equation intentionally, because he wants you to focus on the data, the information, and what he's presenting, and remove your personal biases, which I think is super important. I think you do a really good job at that too. Now, what I also wanted to point out is I love that you do that on your show, and then you get to AM Wake Up and you're dropping F-bombs and you're just yourself incorporating everything that you've learned in your shows and hanging out with your buddy and sharing the knowledge as to what does this all fucking mean? All right. Because I see you do both, and you're one of the better people at figuring out how to balance that. And I wanted to add, like, how do you do that? How are you able to sit there and be analytical and, not nearly as emotional, I would say, on your own show? I mean, you're passionate, sure, but it's mostly about the facts and the stories and what you're bringing in. Kind of, dude, your documents every show are like, wow, how do you do it? How do you do it all? How do you do it? I don't know how you do it.
The first part about, well, thank you. To the first part about, emotionally, I've always felt that I've had sort of a, in a way, like, made for this, like, where I think I've seen a lot of people that I've come across who have worked beside me over the years, who have all the best intentions, are absolutely gung-ho about it, throw themselves into this, and then burn out after 6 months. Because it's really, I mean, this stuff is insane. The horrible things we have to look at every day, the just, like, the kind of stuff that makes your blood boil, watching the worst people in the world, who everyone knows are the worst people, act like they're saving lives, or, it's that is all sorts of different things that really get to you. And the part that for that one of the people I'm thinking of right now, it was largely around, like, sex trafficking and stuff that's really dark and hard to, my point is that I feel these things more than I think most people. There's a very, which is hard to not include that when you're, and I still have my emotional moments as well, but at the same time, I have a special ability, I feel, to, like, be able to shut it down after I'm done. Now, lately, to be honest, over the last, let's say, year, I feel like that's getting less and less, it's sometimes weighs with me beyond the show, but I just feel like I'm able to kind of, compartmentalize that. And that's a really important, skill or trait in this, because it allows you to not stew in these things forever, like be able to break off and enjoy your day and go outside and go for a hike and not be like overwhelmed with all these horrible things. And I think that's something that I just nod to all the time. Like that's just, I think I'm meant to do this, you know? And I do think that it's also just about steeling yourself to it and trying to remember what matters and not just lose yourself in the endless pit. You know, we're all screwed anyway. Like that's what black pilled actually is. You know, that just giving up and acting like, well, they're all bad, so I might as well choose the one that's less bad. That's black pilled, right? You know, the reality of trying to find solutions in a bad situation is the opposite, you know? But I think that there's a lot of other things you could argue, but I just think it's about, you know, my determination, my willingness, because of a lot of different things that happened to me in my life and different choices I've made, to put myself on the line for people that don't have a voice, right? To stand up for people that need to be helped, because nobody seems to care if you're not out there waving your hands and saying these people are suffering. And then what was the other part you asked? How I do the source material in the show? Is that what you asked?
Right. Yeah. Like, how do you, like, I see the list of links and source references, and first of all, you go for 4 hours at a shot. I mean, I'm exhausted after 2 hours when I do 4 or 5 stories with 4 or 5 other kind of links and mini stories. Hey, go check this out, go look at this, and I'm freaking spent. So I see you going even super in depth. You take that story, like Conyers, Georgia, for example. I mean, you went super deep on that story. You were able to get the testimony from the guy. You had local news reports. And you have to spend all the time just to research that one story. And you've got like 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 of them that you're bringing for your live stream. So it's like, do you have help doing this kind of research? Or people feeding you stuff all day to kind of find these nuggets? Okay, well, that's good.
Well, no, but here it's mixed. Well, here's the thing. There is a clear network of people out there that just are part, you know, in the audience, people or people like that are mods or people that will text people. There's a few of them out there that I text with that send me things that are important. You know, I take that from James Corbett as well. Same thing he does. It's open source investigation, right? Anybody out there that want to chime in, discuss, debate, you know, and they send you things they want you to look at. And I mean, half of it I get in a given moment is either not relevant to what I want to look that day or maybe just not relevant at all. And, you know, but I don't care. I want people to overwhelm me with like, send me what you think is important, you know? And so there's a lot of that. But when it comes to just the show and the daily work, it's just, I just made this point yesterday. There's only one person in here. There's only one person in this team outside of the other writers who do their work or the people I just mentioned in the community. But for whether it's the soundboard or my computer or there's one person, you know. And what's funny is for the length of work, the time, the deep research, there's only a few other people out there with shows that are similar like that but they have like a 5-person team. You know, they have somebody back there who's running the cameras and who's running and I just think it's worth noting that this is a one-man show. You know, this is the single, and I think that's, you know, I pat myself on the back, I guess. I mean, demonstrating our value, I would say. But, you know, it's a combination of that and being really nothing else going on. You know, I really have just poured my life into this and spending all day researching and organizing. And then what I'll add is that it's not always the one day, right? Like right now I've got multiple things open, files, you know, not all open windows, but, you know, files that I've been collecting things and organizing. And like, if let's say I had organized a part of the show I didn't use that day, I'll break it down and put it in a little file, you know, like this topic. And, you know, and so I have a lot of building stuff. And so at any moment I go through and I'm looking at the new day of information, right? And I'll hear something that's happening. I go, oh, okay, that brings me to mind to this thing. And I open that up and and so, you know, there'll be like a half or 75% completed sort of investigatory thing going on that I pull in because it's relevant. And, you know, but it's still all continual nonstop work, you know, and that's really what it comes down to. And like Georgia, for example, you know, it was about the fact that is already important to me because I was already discussing things like you know, Palestine, East Palestine, and, you know, these different other conversations. And well before that too, you know, dioxins and glyphosate and all PFAS and all these different things that nobody really seems to know about, despite how shockingly obvious it is.
Pennsylvania
really
water.
And so
I mean, the Pennsylvania water, the gas in the water that people have been finding for more than a decade and nobody wants to talk about. It's like, we drink this stuff. Like, this is as important as it gets. You know, when the Trumpers, for example, will deny that he wants to abolish the EPA and that's a problem, that we need to fix the EPA. We need to not allow the corporations to manage the regulation of themselves. And that's what's happened, not just in the EPA, but big pharma and elsewhere. And again, I nonpartisan, people who call that out from both sides. And that's where I think, you know, you mentioned the Independent Media Alliance. They're nonpartisan. They call it out on both sides. And it's so important to do that. But what you said is so many people fell into the, well, you must be a supporter of X if you are criticizing Y. And no, they all fucking suck because they're all part of the uniparty corporate structure, again, which came out of Whitney, TLAV, all of that vernacular, all of that narrative. It feels like, at least to me, that's where I first heard it and started clicking to me.
Now, we take a look at this clip from New World Next Week with James Corbett and James Evan Pilato.
Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato of MediaMonarchy.com. It is the first machine that can reliably obsess the compute power of brain cells. This is a real paradigm shift. We have got that horrifying story, plus a whole raft of New World Next Week updates as a lot of weeks keep happening in these decades. But first, DOJ, FBI conclude Epstein had no client list and he died by suicide. Good night, everybody. Grabbing this from Axios, who do call it an exclusive, President Trump's Justice Department and FBI have concluded they have no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered. According to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios, the administration released a video in both raw and enhanced versions that says it indicates no one entered the area of the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held the night he died in 2019. The video supports a medical examiner's finding, Fahmy Malik, I believe it was, that Epstein died by suicide. The two-page memo claims the findings represent the first time the Trump administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein's activities and his death, theories that have been pushed by the FBI's two top officials before Trump hired them into the bureau. As social media influencers and activists, fake-ass 9/11 truthers, I basically call them, Kash Patel, now the FBI director, and Dan Bongino, now deputy FBI director, were among those in the MAGA world who questioned the official version of how Epstein died. Patel and Bongino have since said Epstein killed himself. Tulsi Gabbard also says we gotta go bomb people. But it has become an article of faith online, especially on the right, that Epstein's crimes also implicated government officials, celebrities, and business leaders, and that someone killed him to conceal them. Of course, the only good thing to come out of this are, James, the memes of people pasting in Hillary into the missing minute of video. The memo says, no one else involved in the Epstein case will be charged. Oh, by the way, Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell serving 20 years for child sex trafficking and related offenses to no one. According to the memo, investigators closely examined footage of Epstein's Manhattan prison cell between around 10:40 p.m. on August 9th, 2019, when Epstein was locked in a cell, and around 6:30 a.m. the next day when he was found unresponsive. You'll find no mention in the mainstream news of, oh, the guards who admitted they falsified their records about actually watching this dude, we let them go for free. The footage, which was reviewed by Axios but couldn't be verified independently, showed no one entering the area. The FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast, balancing the color, and improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability, the 2025 remaster. Investigators found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. MAGA's media universe and some of its voices on Capitol Hill have expressed frustration with the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein case since February, when the Department of Justice released a tranche of Epstein-related files that were already available publicly. When Hipster Gates, Elon Musk had his totally believable falling out with Trump last month, Musk accused the president of being in the Epstein files. He, of course, deleted those tweets later. In a 2017 interview with author Michael Wolff, Epstein even claimed that at one point he was Trump's, quote, closest friend. Democrats have demanded to know more about the Epstein-Trump relationship, but not the Epstein-Clinton, Epstein-Carney, or Epstein-Chomsky relationships. The DOJ and FBI say in the memo that no further disclosure of Epstein-related material would be appropriate or warranted. The memo says much of the material relates to child sexual abuse, details of Epstein's victims, and information that would expose innocent individuals to allegations of wrongdoing. Through this review, we found no basis to revisit the disclosure of those materials and will not permit the release of child pornography, the memo says. So there's CSAM, child sexual abuse material, they can't release, but also nobody did anything. 1 minute. This is like was a lot less than the Nixon gap on the Nixon tapes. There's an 18.5-minute gap. Whoopsie, we don't know what happened to it. It was the secretary's foot. She accidentally hit the tape recorder again. 1 minute is missing from the Epstein video. Conspiracy theorists are losing their mind, so says former music magazine Rolling Stone, who only cares because this is against the Orange Man bad. The Trump administration wanted to settle questions about the sex trafficker's death, but accidentally raised a new one. Rolling Stone does correctly note, you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Trump lashes out at a reporter for still asking questions about Epstein just one day after the DOJ and FBI declared he didn't blackmail anyone, wasn't murdered, and had no client list. We have taxes, this, and all of the things, and you people are still talking about this guy. As my legit shook DC friend said 15 years ago regarding my annoying questions about 9/11, sing it with me, get over it, man. They got us. James?
James, absolutely, utterly disgusting. What more can one possibly say about this other than to point to the actual FBI DOJ memo press release itself, which I think does the talking for it, where they start by noting that they've conducted their exhaustive review of the Epstein files as, quote, part of our commitment to transparency, end quote, insert uproarious laughter here, and then go on to say, there was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Yep, done. Case closed. And then they go on to say that there's no further evidence forthcoming, no further investigation warranted. All right, it's done, guys. Stick a fork in it. Epstein, you still talking about that Epstein guy? Come on, you've been talking about him for years. Get over it, guys. Now, the important part of the... Okay, there's a couple of things to say. One is that I think that the 1 minute of missing footage is probably the red herring in all of this, because it assumes that we could have seen anything on that tape, even if it wasn't missing. Because everyone thinks... the first thing you would think when looking at that footage is, oh, that must be the door to Epstein's cell. But no, it is not. What you are seeing is way back there in the background. You can see half of a sliver of part of the entranceway to the stairwell that led up to Epstein's cell. You are not looking at Epstein's cell. So what would it have shown anyway, even if it had actually happened? And beyond even that part of it, there's also the part that, oh, wait, these railings aren't painted, but in the crime scene photographs, they were painted. So are we even looking at the right part? I mean, how is this? Whatever. It's total nonsense top to bottom. There may have even been a different entrance to Epstein's wing than the one that we're looking at. So it's absolutely inconclusive of anything. But then Patel and Bongino will get up and lie to your face and say, I've seen the records. He killed himself. No question. Which goes to show just how much they hate you, and they think you are absolute idiots who will believe anything they are told by my team, because I voted for them, so they must be good. Now, I don't have to do any recalculation whatsoever here. I have always known that Trump was going to cover up the Epstein files. He said as much before. You don't want to release everything because there's a lot of stuff in there. So this does not change my view of anything whatsoever. But for the people who were Team MAGA, they're totally exposing the deep state guys. Now you know that is not true. You know they hate you. They think you are idiots. What are you going to do about it? Oh, I know. Vote harder. The problem is you didn't vote hard enough back in 2024, so vote harder. Hey, I hear that this South African with roots back in Canada is starting a new American party. What could go wrong, guys? Just vote for the brain chip guy. I don't know what I could possibly say at this point to show the absolute utter farce of this entire oligarchy that rules over you with abandon and laughs in your face. If you don't see it by now, you're never going to.
well, they might be distracted doing all the mental gymnastics to ignore bombing Iran very recently as well. So bombing Iran, support more police state Stasi, I don't know, throw people to alligators, whatever. So, I mean, good God. Again, James, we don't even, unfortunately, add links to all these other side references that we're making on these episodes. Again, you know, I call it media monarchy. I love a very rich media tapestry, but there's so much going on. Again, we can make side quips about it. On New World next week, episode 596. So, James, Dave, so the memers basically all have Hillary in the wrong place at the wrong door at the wrong cell. Awesome. And also, I mean, she's already been talking a bunch about it even before any of this. Shouldn't Ghislaine get sprung? Why? What is she doing sitting in jail? I mean, what is the daughter of noted Mossad agent and octopus conspiracy participant Ghislaine Maxwell? Why is she sitting in jail? Good grief, man. Hopefully our buddy Whitney Webb will have some more information on this. But maybe, as you say, there is none. It's Dunskies. One nation under blackmail. You know, man, I'd maybe find this all a little bit more plausible if I were hooked up to some sort of mother brain chip inside the British lab growing food for everybody? Clean water for kids? No, a biological computer. In a laboratory outside Cambridge sits a remarkable, say it again, biological computer. Its 200,000 human brain cells grown in the lab lie on silicon circuitry that communicates their synchronized electrical activity on a screen to the outside world. The poorly named CL1 device, which kind of looks like Cly when you're just glancing at the words, CL1 device about the size of 2 shoeboxes was developed by Australian startup Cortical Labs with the UK's bit.bio in a bid to create synthetic biological intelligence, a new form of computing that could offer opportunities beyond conventional electronics and other developing technologies such as quantum. Like our brains, biological computers will consume many orders of magnitude less energy than conventional electronics as they process information. Future applications could include robotics, security, and the metaverse, copyright Zuckerberg. So says Cortical Labs chief executive Han Wing Chong, talking to, of course, the Financial Times, the folks who actually have a part in running the world. The fast-growing search for alternatives to energy-intensive conventional electronics has stimulated the new field of biological computing, which aims to tap directly into the intelligence of brain cells rather than simulating it in silicon through neuromorphic processing and, of course, the awesome AI. I mean, just see how good AI was doing on X the other day? Whoops, it turned into a Nazi again. See, again, just massive amounts of news. Elon's Twitter, its AI Grok went full on Kanye, and the CEO, Linda, had to, of course, fall on her sword because it's kind of embarrassing. Sidebar to the mother brain chip. Cortical Labs is at the forefront of this movement, you should believe, though academic groups and other startups such as Swiss group Final Spark and Biological Black Box in the US are also making progress. I'm very excited about the Biological Black Box. That's maybe how we can vote in the future. Early applications of CL1 are in neuroscience and pharmaceutical research, discovering how different chemicals and drug candidates affect the brain cell's information processing. For Mark Cotter, welcome back, clinical neuroscience professor at Cambridge University and bit.bio founder, the significance of CL1 is that it is the first machine that can reliably assess the compute power of brain cells. That's a real paradigm shift. In related news, scientists create organic slave computers. What could possibly go right? An organic entity full of juice and sweetness and agreeable odor being turned into a mechanism. James, I find this is the inverse of a Clockwork Orange, where you're taking a real person and making them a computer. They're making a computer and trying to turn him into a real boy. I also wish that we would have done a film literature and New World Order on Cronenberg's Existenz as well. James.
Good call. Off the top of my head, I cannot remember if I've actually seen Existenz. I think I know it, but I don't know if I've seen it. Anyway, we'll talk about that off air. But to the point, I hate to blow my own horn, but who else is gonna? Yes, I had this article up on the organic slave computer phenomenon almost exactly 1 year ago, so I hope people will go and check that out for the background on this. But something that I find particularly interesting about this story is how hard they struggle to justify the existence of these organoid slave computing devices. Why are they trying to take human brain tissue and turn it into some sort of computing device in the laboratory? And there have been various ideas and explanations for this proffered in the last year or two. For example, in that Organic Slave Computers article that I wrote, I was talking about the ostensible reason at that time. Look at all the power that AI takes so much energy. We're going to have to build all these nuke plants just to power the AI. Hey, I've got an idea. It's much more efficient to use organic slave computers. That will be the And then in this particular Financial Times article that we're citing right here, they can measure how neurons process information by how well they play Pong. And it shows, for example, that alcohol degrades your ability to compute. Yeah, I really needed them to do this in order to show that groundbreaking information. So clearly, there is something else going on here other than simply they need more power. They need to show that alcohol degrades your ability to compute. There's something else going on here. And I tie that in my article into the broader question of vitalism and the degradation of vitalism. But something that I still find truly horrific about all of this is I don't think that's really just a hyperbole. It's not just a clickbait. No, these are organic slave computers that are being made to process information. This is human brain tissue that is being used as a machine. And just in this Financial Times article, they just casually, blithely talk about it. Training involved giving the neurons a reward stimulus when they moved the paddle correctly by applying electrical activity in the form of a sine wave, which the cells like. The punishment when they got it wrong was unpleasant white noise. So basically torturing, in whatever way you want to apply that, torturing these organoid computer devices to make them do the things that you want them to do. Oh, what's the big deal? You know, it's just a computer that's made of human brain tissue, whatever. If this is the breakdown of the distinction between organic and non-organic life, and I, for one, am not comfortable with this. I don't think this is a good idea, but hey, that's my editorializing here. Anyway, people can go back and read my article about it and get more information and decide for yourselves whether you want to be complicit in this torturing of this humanoid, organoid, whatever, biocomputing life.
As the transhumanist, post-human agenda rolls forward, James, you got me even thinking about how Utah steals an enormous amount of water so they can run their Fed data silo in that hidden building out there. Also, remember, they need just a few more decades of research on cannabis as well, and then they might take that off the national drug schedule. Oh, and I'd forgotten. The big, beautiful bill that, of course, is why Elon and Trump had broken up. Another, again, just flat-in-your-face lie. And I would say, broken promises. The tax and spend, big, beautiful bill. It's almost like Trump was a tax and spend Democrat his entire life. Oh, wait, before he suddenly turned to be a Republican in 2016. Our third and final segment on this New World Next Week, episode 596, episode 600 coming up just around the corner. Sometimes, as we've noted several times on this episode, so much is going on, and we, unlike the lamestream media, like to actually, follow up and give you some context and some subtext. So a quick bullet point of headlines of updates of stories we have covered recently on New World Next Week. Update number 1, Israeli Defense Minister orders plan to build concentration camp for Gaza civilian population. You gotta love this. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has ordered the IDF to prepare a plan to establish a camp to concentrate. It's not a concentration camp, it's a camp that's going to concentrate the entire civilian population of Gaza on the ruins of the southern Gaza city of Rafah. According to the conspiracy anti-Semitic site Haaretz, Katz said that once Palestinian civilians are pushed into what he's calling a humanitarian city, they will not be allowed to leave. The idea is to first transfer 600,000 civilians from the Al-Mawasi tent camp on the coast in southern Gaza, followed by the rest of the civilian population. Alligator Alcatraz, I think they're calling it. Israel builds concentration camps. The ironing is delicious. Update number 2. U.S. ends foreign terror designation on Syria's HTS nearly 2 months after Trump met its leader. As the joke has been made many, many times recently, the real president of the United States is Bibi. The United States announced Monday that it has formally revoked the foreign terrorist designation for Syria's ruling HTS group, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Ironically, coming nearly 2 months after Trump met with its leader, Syria's self-declared interim president Ahmad al-Shara, formerly Abu Muhammad al-Jalani. It's not just ironic, but scandalous that Trump met with a U.S.-designated terrorist during this Gulf tour while in Saudi Arabia. If any of us tried to do that in America, we would be thrown in alligator Alcatraz while people would go, yeah, get them illegals. No, wait, I'm just... Update number 3. I believe James Corbett predicted this as one of the trends of the year. AI voice deepfake of U.S. Secretary of State triggers global security alert. Gentlemen, we've decided to gather you together to overthrow the U.S. government in one of the most audacious examples yet of AI-enabled political deception, because the politicians themselves aren't bad enough as it is. An individual posing as U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio used AI deepfake tools to impersonate his voice and writing style in a series of targeted communications to senior government officials, the goal of which was to gain access to information or accounts. John Podesta clicked on the phishing link in the email. Update the 4th. COVID shots triggered VAIDS in kids. You've got VAIDS. A sweeping new study raising urgent alarms about COVID vaccinations after confirming that mRNA injections, gene therapy, have triggered a surge in autoimmune disease such as vaccine-acquired immune deficiency syndrome, VAIDS, in kids. The study, conducted by leading Israeli scientists, linked COVID shots to a dramatic spike in autoimmune disease in children while demolishing the narrative that the virus itself poses the greater risk. I mean, Israel tested a lot of MAGA jabs on people, so I'd be inclined to trust these results. Update the 5th. Doctor faces 35 years in prison for refusing to vaccinate children with those aforementioned mRNA shots. A decorated U.S. Navy doctor facing 35 years in a cage. That's longer than Diddy's gonna get. Not for harming patients, but for refusing to inject them with what he saw as a dangerous experimental product. Oh, by the way, Diddy pretty much is gonna get off. Didn't get the RICO charge. It's almost like they're all in a big club together. Update 5.5, I added myself. West Virginia schools ordered to vaccinate children against parents and Governor Morrissey's wishes. Schools in West Virginia, from the Board of Education, ordered to ignore state laws and begin vaccinating kids against their family wishes and without telling the parents. Maybe give them some puberty blockers too. And finally, update the 6th. What is this? This looks like happy, positive, good news. Californian community gardens growing again this summer thanks to local heroes, and I don't think this has anything to do with taxes or NGOs or any of that. People donated the dirt and donated their blood and sweat. Anti-Hunger Coalition Timmons Community Gardens, revived by Good Samaritans who want to grow community roots and access to healthy food. James, just a little taster, an appetizer, if you will, of good news to close out on.
We need something to avoid the New World Next Week sigh, but I don't know if that's quite enough to overcome some of these stories, including, of course, the concentration camps, because where does the Holocaust in Gaza inevitably go? It goes to concentration camps. And yes, as you point out, I hope people don't take that as just a passing reference. No, the Haaretz article is the one that is using the term concentration, as in population transfer and concentration. Yeah, wonderful. So I guess the only thing that we should be debating about that story is what we should call it, because alligator Alcatraz has already been taken, so it's got to be, I don't know, Reaper Drone Rafa or some other alliterative thing. People can enjoy coming up with their terms in the comments. But at any rate, and I hope people will take the time to read that Doctor Faces 35 Years in Prison article, because it is, in a sick way, I guess it's not unmitigated bad news. Obviously, it is horrific and bad news that Dr. Kirkmoor is being prosecuted for having done what he did. But reading about what he did is kind of awesome, and I'm so glad that he was able to do it. For example, destroying thousands of vials of mRNA vaccines to inject saline instead, and issuing vaccine cards, fake vaccine cards, for nearly 2,000 individuals during the pandemic. He is a saint. He should be valorized and lionized for what he did, not incarcerated. But oops, I forgot. It's the Trump DOJ who's putting him through this, so I'm not holding my breath for him to be exonerated on these charges for helping humanity rather than hurting it anyway. Such is the world we're living in. So yes, I will take that final little bit of good news as the tiny sliver of hope for what it is. At any rate, there are good things in the world, and we shouldn't just concentrate on the bad. So let's get the New World Next Week sigh out of our system and depressurize.
NewWorldNextWeek.com is the way you can help support Corbett Report and Media Monarchy, DVDs, USBs. The 2017 USBs have started to come into the house. We have not been able to test them out just yet and get them up on the store, but they will be very close. And then you'll be able to get that Corbett Report USB bundle. And of course, I have my, I think, pretty awesome music compilations, 24-hour segments of music, rock, pop, electronic, all DJ'd by yours truly, a professional radio disc jockey. And James, I gotta say, I'm stoked this is back on YouTube. It does get us back in front of a lot of eyes. And it is great to see a lot of those people and see those people go, hey, yeah, my boys, I miss these guys, because we told you they're going to take us off of YouTube, and it's going to be up to you to come to our websites to go find that work. I run MediaMonarchy.com. I am coming up on my 20th anniversary. James, I am about 2 months and 2 days away from the 20th anniversary of Media Monarchy. Again, fear-free, ad-free, news, music, memes, and more, as I like to say. And there is New World Next Week, episode 596, buddy. You doing okay otherwise without the news and all the junk?
I'm doing fine, except for the melting heat. But I must correct you. It's 2 months and 1 day away from your 20th anniversary on this side of the date line. So I have every day circled on my calendar. I cannot wait. At any rate, I hope people are playing along at home as well. Having said that, I think we'll leave it there for today. James, thanks for these stories.
Thanks so much, my man. Take care.
Now, let's take a look at some highlights from AM Wake Up from this week. Make sure to support and share their show to keep this great channel going. Share the show. Share the show. Share the show.
Share the fucking show.
Put your hands together for Jeff, the Dean. Every year, Jeff puts this on graciously. It's a community value-added show. I can say I live here in Pueblo, and I'm so thankful for Jeff inviting us into his gallery. And this is something that only happens here in Pueblo, where we can actually have a real conversation, have some truthful art and expressions. So, how lucky are we, Colorado? And now, without further ado, here comes Steve.
Thank you, man. Hey, thank you everybody for being here today, last night, and tomorrow, because we assume all of you are here for all 3 days. And if you're not, you're going to be anyway, because we have the keys. So, get comfy. Yeah, this is our third year doing Third Eye Carnival here, where we couldn't be happier to be in Pueblo. I've been coming to Colorado for 30 years. I lived here on and on for a little bit. I love the state. I hate the state's government, but I live in California, so I'm used to feeling like that. And yeah, let's go ahead and get this kicked off. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Knights of the Storm podcast, Jason Mark. Grab something from Macroaggressions podcast, Union of the Unwanted, in Acapulco, and the best-selling author list, Charlie Robinson. Woo! Holding a camera and wearing a shirt louder than a sorority girl at a sobriety stop, T. Snyder. And, by the way, if you walked into that bathroom over there and you left your sunglasses on the toilet, okay, yeah, they're mine now. Yeah. But they're ready. Grab them now.
And can you all give yourselves a round of applause?
Yeah, please do. Say this all the time to the point that it might become trite, but it's not. Like, none of this happens without you guys, so thank you very, very much for being here. Let's have some fun. Yeah. No, now we're adjusting that. There we go. So, do we go straight to the jar? Or do we talk about how cool this place is and how unique it is that we're able to do things like this?
Thanks to Jeff again for hosting us. This is the third year. Thank you guys for everything. You couldn't pick a better venue and a greater host, so thank you.
And yeah, let's see. So we have this little jar, right? What's your conspiracy theory? So there are several anonymous submissions that have been made to the jar, and we're going to pluck them out and go through them, or at least one by a few, until we run out of time. We have to get out of here. I don't know. One of us, I'm not going to say which one of us is really verbose. So we might only get through 3 of these. Ooh, okay. First conspiracy says reptilians in Anunnaki. I figured T should grab one.
Yeah, okay, so basically to get into it, you have to look at both as literal and metaphorical. The idea of the reptilian brain speaks to pathological psychopath, that kind of thing. So that's very good. Does it extend into some sort of hybrid, something that existed as a human? A lot of different people have made that explicit claim. I can't back it up. I haven't seen anything at this point that would surprise me. As to the Anunnaki, that's a derogatory term. The actual terminology is Unwanted, and that is something that you could look at Zacharias Sitchin's for. Although he made up a lot of stuff and got a lot of things wrong, there is actually some substance to it. So it's one of those things where the more in which you sift through the historical record, it's less to do with the initial assumption-based kind of knee-jerk reaction that we have, and more to do with something that has been occulted in the historical record. Now, are those Anunnaki non-human, as is depicted in the various different etchings in architecture and scripture and things of the sort? No, actually, they arguably just be normal human beings who had archetypal animal depictions in order to denote that they had basically powers or very strong technology. So you're looking at something that has been portrayed in a contemporary in a particular way, but if you dig into the historical record, it's a different kind of thing. So think of it as a spectrum. It can be metaphorical, it can be literal, it can be somewhere in between the two, and the more in which you dig into it, the more in which it was a very real thing and continues to be something that affects you. That's the quick answer.
But I don't know if we're going to get a more satisfactory answer to that. So, second conspiracy. Charlie, can you read this one?
This is, for those, this would be a trivia question. What was the first conspiracy that got Sam Tripoli into conspiracies? Santa.
Santa. That's right. So,
someone put in Santa into the What's Your Conspiracy jar.
Santa is part of a international franchise, so to speak, of decentralized agents working in concert with one another to conduct a mission under top secret authorization.
It's the world's largest global surveillance program, right? So just think of Santa's elves as Palantir employees. That might help a little bit.
Well, he knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you're bad or good. So get your brain chip and look at it.
Do we want to talk about how Santa may actually be a mushroom shaman?
Well, there's that, yeah.
What's that?
Yes, there's the Coca-Cola component as well, so we really do have a nice conspiracy going on here.
The modern depiction of Santa as a jolly fat man in a red suit with white trim is an invention of the Coca-Cola company. Prior to that, the red and white that were associated with Santa Claus also associated with the enemy of the scary mushroom.
Yeah, for anyone who wants to watch a couple hours or more breaking down the Santa lore, Mind Unveiled actually did a pretty decent video on it. And so that goes back into Krampus and all kinds of really weird, like, folklore about abducting children and different cultural practices that go all over the world. We're very correct about Coca-Cola hopping on top of that, but it's something that goes way with that. So check that out.
How did we spend more time on Santa than reptilians?
We didn't speak quickly.
Right? It is. It's Christmas in July. Let's get back into the conspiracy. Food weapon system. There's a moron for your belly!
So the food is recognized, and it's part of the medical industry for sure. The stuff we eat, glyphosate, GMO foods, the way that we farm it, it's less nutritional, and we end up being obese, which leads to weird other problems we have to go to the doctor for. And it's just part of the medical industry. That's different life.
Weigh in on that, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, the more that you study this stuff, it's overlapping effects in order to apply pressure on individuals' vulnerabilities. You can look at something like the emergence of peanut allergies coinciding with that being included in vaccines. And so there's a multifaceted war being fought on every single front, and every single person has different vulnerabilities. So anytime they want to pull off something major, they have to do a lot of different things at the same time. And that's very much factors into, like, you're looking at ice rates right now. Part of that is to get rid of the people who are able to pick across. So it's going to affect the food that you get. You can look at someone who's basically a supplementary PR figure like RFK. He's going to go in there and clean up some things and dirty up things in another way. So it's very much a long-form manipulative game in order to attack you on every single front. That's very difficult to come to terms with.
We took away red dye who were hard.
Sure.
Red dye who poured is gone.
Yeah, it's like you remove straws from the ocean, but then you replace them with paper ones that have forever chemicals in them. So they give you the illusion that you're winning, but as long as you're playing into their system, which is an ancient death cult, guess what? You're going to be poisoned because of it. That's kind of just how this thing works.
So grow food and make bullets, I think is what we're trying to say. Let's see. Chateau de Wrong? I don't know. I don't speak Canadian. You're in proximity of the French. What the fuck does that say?
I don't speak French. I have no idea what this means. Is whoever submitted this able to explain it? What is that? Hunting people? Yeah. Hunting people, I want to feel that. Charlie?
Oh, that. Yeah. Unfortunately, all that that stuff is very real. The human hunting parties, the Belgian royalty, the Dutch royalty, it's a thing. If you watch those European-centric horror movies like Hostel or Saw, or, things like that, you'll drip out a fair amount of predictive programming, or I guess truth in fiction, about what's been going on for a long, long time. I wish I had better news. I wish you could say, oh, that's just Hollywood being Hollywood, it's a psyop. But no, it shouldn't be that far of a stretch. The royalty, the nobility class, they despise us and wish we were all dead. So it's not a real stretch to think that they would do despicable things to poor people and go turn it into a game where they hunt them in their castle grounds.
It's the most dangerous game.
It's the most dangerous game, as they say. And it also is, I'm assuming, a fantastic control mechanism when you get people involved in murders in front of other people. It creates the opportunity for everybody to come to an agreement that nobody talks about anything unless this incident be released to the public. So it serves a variety of purposes. Prove you're a psychopath, join the club, seal your own fate, and you can never leave.
Right, and also get in the coffin. Get in the coffin, and we'll spin it, and then George H.W. Bush will watch you masturbate. I say that because I'm looking at the skull and bones freaking artwork directly in front of me on the wall. Kind of hard to ignore.
The ultimate power that someone can hold is the power of someone else's life or death. It's a narcissistic thing. We've seen it, and as Charlie mentioned, it's a powerful control mechanism that people in place in mind. So I wouldn't doubt that it doesn't actually happen. It's been happening. We have a massive amount of people that go missing. They say it's for sex trafficking or snuff film. Just the fact that snuff film alone shows you that people get off on that, right? So, yeah, I would say that would have been happening for a long time.
Not only that, but there's been more than significant text put forward through various people, whether they're part of royalty or part of the peasantry, where they're talking about all of these things. And you got to kind of think, in that particular, 1600, 1700, stuff like that, what would be considered debaucherous right now, significantly less debaucherous except for the hunting of humans. So there's less of a taboo about promiscuity or even, kid diddling than the thing that's going to be most heinous that you could collect people in and trap them would be hunting humans.
Let me throw one more thing on there, just to get into the mindset of a hunter, right? I'm from Missouri, that's where I live now, grew up hunting, and there's always the challenge. In fact, we have conservation rules against being over-killing us. I guess you could say your shotgun's got to be plugged with 3 rounds, you can't hunt with more than 10 rounds of certain ammunition, it's got to be of a certain caliber. So there's always the challenge. In fact, bow hunting season, very difficult. Bow hunting is very difficult this year. That's one of the biggest seasons where I live because people like the challenge. And what more challenging hunt than something that's not a dumb animal that can fight back, that can be creative, that can hide, that can go through rivers, move through trails, stuff like that. So I definitely could see that being for someone who's done it all. These rich people that think the old aristocrat type people that have done it all already and they want to do their challenge. Why not? Let's get a couple people and they can go listen and give them a 10-second head start. Here we go.
That sounds like a trailer for the new Running Man movie that just came out.
I just saw that yesterday.
All right. Next conspiracy, the fictitious birth certificate, which is a word, birth certificate. The ED on the end of it was intentional, I'm imagining entity. So raise your hand if that means Barack Obama because you wrote it. Okay, so we can assume that this is not about Barry. So,
I think this is about human beings being registered as corporations. Is that what we're talking about here? In all capital letters? I wish we had Bradley Freedom here. My episode on Macroaggressions with him comes out tomorrow, and he happens to live about 30 minutes from here. I invited him. That's his specialty. If he's here, if he gets here later, I'll
shove a microphone in his face.
I'll shove a microphone in his face and say you need to answer this question. But yes, he would tell you that there's most definitely a component to the legal ownership of humans backing, using our labor as collateral to back loans and all of that good stuff. I'm involved, I can speak about the details.
I mean, effectively, there's an all caps version of your name that is a registered entity under the U.S. government. There's a lot of legal, loopholes and jumping through hoops that you can do to reclaim your personhood. But yeah, you got anything on this, Steve?
Yeah, no, everything that touched on is accurate. Most of what we exist in is an elaborate consent ritual because there are sort of laws hard-baked into the realm that we exist in. Whatever you think reality is, it has rules. And we experience that in an intuitive capacity via our morality or conscience, that kind of thing. Certain portion of people aren't exactly keen on that, but if they violate someone else's objective and laws of nature, they are eventually going to be subject to that. So the really big players need to get your consent before they can screw with you, and it helps if they're able to get their parents to basically sign you up for that before you come to a competent place in your own life and decision making. You can look at something similar to that being in Rome, where simply by being born in that realm, you de facto consented to the laws that were written. But the laws that are written are by the people who view morality as if it's subjective rather than objective and inherent in nature. So we were born in a cage that's upside down, and it's very uncomfortable to try and right ourselves and find our way above ground rather than just spinning in the aforementioned coffin.
How do you follow that? I wanted to throw one caveat on there. Hearts, you all know Hearts, he watches all the shows.
Yeah.
Thunder from Down Under, shout out to Hearts, Australia's unreal. Anyway, he was trying to tell me the same thing, but I couldn't wrap my mind around it, how we are part of the corporation, yada, yada, yada. And I said, well, don't you gotta be able to sign a contract, And then he's like, well, what about the footprints? That's like making your mark. So what's the deal with the footprints on your birth certificate? Is that a way that once you're past 18, your parents did not have signed that contract for you now, that it holds you binding? I don't know. Questions?
So I guess I'll lay on this in a behavioral training of an animal kind of dynamic, which is a lot of what this is. You can look at how emperors train fleas. They put them in a jar, seal the lid on. They jump up and down until they've lost the will to escape anymore, and that's the learned helplessness dynamic. You can do something similar to a human being. If you look at the birthing process and how profoundly traumatic that is in the Western world, it's actually kind of like a debaucherous trauma ritual. You can look at circumcision, you can look at the injection schedule, you can look at the neon lighting, the removing the infant from the mother. A good book to go in this is called Magical Child, that came out in 1977, and it's by Joseph Pierce. And that's like still ahead of the curve today. If you want a better documentary, there was one made by Ricky Lake, and that's called The Business of Being Born. So we're literally traumatizing children as much as we can in a very short interval of time. To give you a juxtaposition of what that does in the Western Hemisphere versus in something that's a more natural environment, children here don't typically smile until about two months after being born, whereby in Uganda, it'll show up within about 4 days. The reason is because they aren't abducted, they aren't brutalized and subjected to all these different things. So why is the footprint there? It could be as simple as taking someone away from their mother, putting them through all these elaborate steps, stamping them on them, be it initially or somewhere down the road in a constant alien type of engagement with our own children. So a lot of the contractual binding that is done to us isn't even officially written. It's written in our instinctual disposition to try and keep us from a place of intuition. Because instinct is higher level for an animal, intuition is our higher level of our soul.
Our next conspiracy is birds aren't real.
It's lies,
So I would like to issue an open challenge. Bring me a mechanical pigeon, fuckers. You got one in the trunk? You can show us? I'm not saying they're not, but bring me a fucking mechanical pigeon. Okay? And until that happens, I'm going to remain skeptical. Now, there are like micro drones that are dragonfly, bee, mosquito, that kind of thing. That is something that's, been technologically available for a while. But until I see a tweaker curb stop a pigeon and like it starts smoking, I'm gonna remain a little bit skeptical. Yeah.
Can I see that? I think it says bird flu is not real.
I don't know, anybody else want to weigh in on the birds thing?
If you actually Google a picture of a baby pigeon, they're just really ugly. But I think that
I used to talk with Boss all the time. Like, Boss, have you ever seen a baby pigeon? And he's like, I don't think so. All right, maybe not. By the way, Pasta just did his apologies. He wanted to be here this weekend. He is not doing the best health-wise. On that. 432 hertz is actually the devil's tone. Well, that's a flip side to what we normally hear about 432. But that, what would make it the devil's tone? I mean, I guess we're going to have to speculate here.
I know if you knock it down a notch to 420, it's all right.
That's fair.
Well, if that is, I had a Bufo experience in February that was amazing. And one of the hallmarks of it is this vibrational humming that you get in your head that feels like it's retuning your body with vibrations and sound waves. And I think that's very important. I think the fact that they retuned everything to 440 is not accidental. I don't know why you would do that if you weren't trying to mess with somebody, especially given the group that was in charge of making that change. So I think that when the goal is to destabilize the population, you do it any way you can. And if that means changing the frequency of the music that they hear coming out of their radio to make them just a little bit more agitated, then I don't know why they wouldn't do it. It's of course shitty and diabolical, but it doesn't mean that they're not inclined to do something like that. So I think that there's something to this vibrational change, at least from the musician class that you talked to, they seem to think that there's something to it.
So I'm gonna play devil's advocate here for a second. Right? In 432, yes. Okay. If Earth is the realm that belongs to the devil, and 432 is harmonic resonance on Earth, then 432 would be the devil's tone, or am I just a little high?
However, if the Earth was created by God, that would be his resonance to hold Earth together.
So he would actually have the trademark on the devil's tone in the first place. Does that mean we're actually going to get good music in heaven? Because I'll sign up for that. I will. I was always told hell had the best music. But, maybe not.
Was it singing his musicians?
Right?
Well, he plays the fiddle in the song, I heard. There's one song about a...
By the way, the devil kicks Johnny's ass in that song. Devil went down to Georgia, devil is far superior. All Johnny did was play freaking shit in his red bag. Yeah. I don't know. There was a great YouTube cartoon that was the devil went down to Jamaica. Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
Very, very heavy. Okay. The Omicron variant was spread with chemtrails. All right. So you would have to explain how an airborne virus or an airborne bioweapon would be heavy enough and intact enough to go from 30 plus 60,000 feet. And then you go ahead.
On the note of efficiency, when I fuel my car, which I have a gasoline car, I will play with electric EV crap. I don't stand 10 feet back and aim at the hole there. You know. Right. Yeah. You know, Omicron. First, I can assume that there was an Omicron variant. I don't think there was a COVID-19 variant. If you look at the CDC number, flu disappeared. And the amount of deaths that we can actually trace back to flu-like symptoms was the same or less than flu. This is kind of my wheelhouse right here. But I don't think that we had long COVID. I don't think we had other variants. I personally believe that those were a result of the injections and or the release of 5G. Keith and I were talking about it earlier. Some of these symptoms overlap perfectly with EMF overexposure. And who knows what they put in your body on a random basis. Of course, you can't get over the same thing. You lose plausible deniability that way, which is why you can track your lot number, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, because we were talking about it beforehand, and it kind of touches on what I was getting at earlier with the food question, which is that they have to do a lot of different things in slivers because everyone has a vulnerability. A great book is Invisible Rainbow, which shows the history of electricity, and it talks about the susceptibility that some people had to it. And it wasn't the way that you would think typically they would help. Because you could get someone who's like 6'8", full of muscle, and if you electrocute them a little bit, they'll just like crumble. Whereby someone else who's paraplegic, you could shock them full of electricity, it doesn't really matter. So a lot of how we conventionally think of vulnerability is different for everybody. You can think of medical allergies, as I mentioned. So the idea of a broad spraying campaign with something like virus-like particles, which is in essence just like something synthetic that more or less operates in the locality of what we've been told exists in germ theory, which I don't buy into. Maybe, but that will only work for some people, not for everybody. This is a very complicated, intermingled mix of things, and they typically tell us stories where they just want to think of, where we want to think of it very simply. It's like, oh, it's this, and we'll point our finger at it, but it doesn't work like that. And it's really depressing to try and tell someone who thinks of something simply that it's actually unbelievably complicated. Because how are you going to get them out of an assumption that they've already dug themselves in? And that's how a lot of this is built. You can think of the compulsory school system as like a perpetual crib that inhibits our ability to pull ourselves out of it. And then we do that to our kids, thinking that we're doing right by them. So it's an intergenerational traumatic binding of our own assumptions. And then they just trick us to fall back into them. So do I even have the verbiage to be able to accurately describe the multifaceted convergent war of what they're calling to an extent? But if we were actually able to see it in its full depth and breadth, holy crap, what would we even be able to say in the face of that? So at a certain point, we just have to return to nature. It's that simple. We don't even really have to understand the full spectrum of what they've levied against us if we follow our hearts and are basically just good people with one another. That is the first step. So bear that in mind.
It's okay, you can applaud. It's okay.
I got a similar example of what you're talking about. You talk about all the things around us. I learned how to make explosives, of course, in the Army, right? Take ammonium nitrate, that's a fertilizer, it's oxidized for yourself, right? If you take that, it won't ignite. You take sugar, table sugar, it won't ignite. You mix the two together, grind it up, you got explosives. So, what you're talking about there is, don't try this at home. Okay, don't try this at home.
Stop giving explosive recipes.
Today at the third night, Carnival, a reading of the anarchist cookbook.
They also use it with sugar on it, obvious stuff.
Also get the anarchist cookbook to keep McHenry growing. This is way better. Let's go back to the conspiracy. Oh, this is very delicate script. The second coming of Christ already happened. That's true, and it was Lemmy Clemster. Long live Motorhead. I don't see any pushback from that, so we'll see. What's beyond the zone?
Out of my area of expertise on the second one.
Okay. Is theoretically possible, certainly. And just people were asleep at the wheel when it happened, right? And he probably opened like a kebab stand somewhere in Palestine, and then he got attacked by the IOF, and they just took him out in a massive freaking bombing campaign, and they wouldn't even be aware of it because that's not their God in the first place. So it is possible. It's possible. I don't know. We could all be living through the rapture right now, and we all fell short, and we're all just kind of here. We could be, or it could be, whatever we want it to be. I'm not sure.
Well, I remember when I lived up at the Springs, I went down to check on the kids, and they all ran off. One Saturday morning, I see piles of clothes everywhere, and I was like, oh God, I missed the boat.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think that it's happened. Unless, like you said, maybe we all forgot to get tickets.
Right? No, I think IDF bombing campaign probably would be the most realistic explanation.
Yeah, so if you look into the different notations of interpreting Christianity, you can argue that much of what we regard from the biblical lens is the exoteric version, which is basically the simple version that you get to people who can't understand it in a more nuanced way. The esoteric version, you can check out Burgess' interpretation for that. And that's more about basically just working on being a good person. So the second coming of Christ is already just a metaphor for that which you realize within yourself in a perpetual process of refinement in trying to build towards ascension. If you look at the historical record, actual documentation of Christ's life didn't show up until about 130 years after his death, which is pretty suspicious. If that's like that big of a deal, why did it take that long? If you look at Edgar Casey readings he was talking about from the Akashic record, and he'd go about looking into it as, no, it was actually a real dude, it just doesn't fit the script of how it's been presented in the Bible. So this is one of those things where it's a mixing of different stories, fables, myths. You can look at like the Mithraean kind of mythos, and then also like Horus, the rising and falling of things. So once again, it's just this playing with metaphor. How do we interpret it? What is the reality? I'll put it this way. Pick whatever belief system you want, as long as it makes you a better person for everyone, not just for yourself. And that's really the most important thing to bear in mind moving forward.
Right? Yeah. Oh, let's get Keith's jazz stance for that. Beautiful. Don't ever do that. The only person that's allowed to do that is Monica Perez. Nobody else. The moon landing. Well, once upon a time, when a man and a government love each other, they give a special hug. And sometimes that special hug involves Nazis named Werner von Braun and a couple other people. And sometimes that special hug takes place in the Nevada desert instead of on the moon. And then also sometimes you get Stanley Kubrick to come film you, the Nazi, and government having a special hug, which would technically be pornography, but it was really just Buzz Aldrin hopping around on the soundstage in Laurel Canyon and in the desert. Yeah, no, there's no freaking way that a tin can put together with freaking speed tape and some, early onset thrusters got past the Van Allen belts, got up to the moon, dropped the cameraman off, managed to take back off, left the cameraman there, who we can only assume is now Emperor of the Moon, right? I'm not sure. Yeah, no, well, the phone call thing, Chris, was even more ridiculous. We're live streaming right now. If you were to pull up any of the channels that we're live streaming on, there'd be about a 20 to 25 second delay from what's being said right now in real time to the time that it would get up on your screen and your device. And we're supposed to believe that in 1969, you could make a phone call from a spaceship to Earth and there would be no delay. Do you guys get to make phone calls in an airplane? I don't get to make phone calls in an airplane. But the moon? And no delay. And I'm gonna need somebody way, way, way smarter than me to hold my hand and explain to me like I'm dumb and 5 why that's a possibility. Yeah. Anybody else?
My feeling is that the burden of proof is on them, not the other way around. This is a preposterous story. It's embarrassing. They didn't think that we would have the technology to re-examine it. It's, you know, that they hang themselves with their own words about it, talking about we wish we had the technology to go there. We have to figure out how to get through the Van Allen radiation belt. We hope that the Orion mission will do that. Well, shit, you had to go through it 7 times on the way there and 7 times on the way back. So please explain your work. How did it happen that time? How come all of your astronauts look like hostages when you put them in situations like us here? How come the 3 guys were clean shaven when they came out of the capsule after 3 days? Did they shave in space on the moon? I mean, I have very simple questions. They have no answers except that we had the technology, but we threw it away. And then we followed that up by recording over the master copies of the tapes because we wanted to free up space in our archives.
There was only one time they were going to show Disney on Ice, Charlie. They had to record over it. It was a special day.
It was in 1973. They wanted to get Charlie Brown's Christmas.
Right.
Big deal. No, I mean, it's embarrassing lies by pathological liars that were founded by Nazis, literal Nazis. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not disrespectful to have questions about it. The way I see it is that you guys, it's your story, you sell it. Because it doesn't work anymore. Maybe it worked, you know, in the 60s when you could control media, you could make up excuses, and you could buy yourself 50 years before the technology would catch up to you. But now we can run this through the bullshit detector and the lights are going off like crazy. So
That is an interesting point, though, Charlie, because it's not, they don't even try to sell it. They use the public that they already convinced to do the work for them. Yeah. Which is why asking questions is treason.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, they're still lying. They lie about the International Space Station. They film green screen stuff. They get busted all the time. You know, I think about that too. I wonder if it's like, on the one hand, here we are faking all of our space stuff, and for the vast majority of people, they'll never figure it out. Good for them. And then for all of us over on the other side, it's like, we know that you see that we're bullshitting you, but there's nothing we can do about it. So just enjoy the show.
Except for get bigger. So, and that's not me making a fat joke about me. That means that these things need to expand. And so that's why, I mean, this year for Third Eye, we're really stoked that, you know, when the music kicks off later and tomorrow, there's going to be a whole much more, a larger local presence than we've seen. We want that to happen in every one of these that we do, because the more people that are just, even the simple act of questioning the narrative is an enormous first step for a lot of people. And so, thankfully, there are people like Cleese who have an incredible show called Conspiracy Synergy that's like specifically calibrated to help level up all of those people rapidly.
Yeah, that's very true. And even though I sound like I'm on,
lithium.
Yeah, whatever makes me talk this fast and this many citations, if you get me behind the desk with puppets, I can make it so that I can do a reasonable introduction.
Right.
So, yeah, if you haven't picked them up yet, there's a table over there with a bunch of little business starting on. I'm not selling those. You can just take a pack of those, keep them on you. And anytime you're having a conversation, start to ask those questions. Give it a part. And then my show is designed to get them up to speed very quickly so that they can start to understand the deep reality. And it's also a great way to jump on board with Steve, because I co-host Wednesdays at AM Wake Up. And it's just a resource that's available for you. You can leave them in little, like those neighborhood libraries and bookmarks. You can go into a bookstore and put them in books that you think people might be looking at that are kind of in the realm of this. But that's really important because we're in a psychological war that we think needs to be fought online, but it doesn't. We need to return to a point where we're able to reach out to each other. The problem is that they're basically going to hate us when we do, which is why we use rabbit puppets, stuff like that, to make it a little bit easier. So check out Conspiracy Synergy and grab some cards and hang out to your present family. It's a job we need to do.
All this makes the pain go down.
You know what I found to be what I've started coming out more now and talking to family, friends, just strangers about conspiracy stuff. And confidence is key. I learned that, with military, you fake it till you make it. You talk about it like you know it for a fact. You don't go overboard. That's what they're doing. It's nice and the shot's fake, but the shot's poison and and you walk away like, what are you talking about? Get them to ask you questions. And then talk like you know what you're talking about and know what you're talking about. We don't have to talk about lizard people and Hollow Earth and all that stuff. Even though it's fun topics to say, really fun. But if you're really trying to get people to wake up, start with something simple, like say, just go check out the CDC numbers from 2019 2020 and tell me what you think, and then leave it at that. Let them start their own journey, right?
Peace likes to deliver information, sometimes dressed as a rabbit. He'll put on a full white rabbit suit and go out and hand. Yes.
Is that a question? Sorry.
Oh, I was just, are you still?
I have the rabbit suit.
Are you still doing that?
I'm going to have to for parts of the documentary that's converging. Like, I'm doing the contemporary thing that I'm doing right now are many documentaries. The one I'm doing right now is on that app. While occasionally stand up and film it, it's not like a weird effect that I'm doing in front of you. It's like I'm going to be editing it. And that's kind of just like the things that I do is try and brainstorm how the shit can I get this crazy stuff through to people who are just hearing it for the first time. Because the stuff that we're talking about is insane, but that doesn't mean it's not real. And that's kind of the problem that we're faced with here. So yeah, I used to go door to door in a rabbit suit, putting like flyers in people. It's legal in Canada, it's not legal here. But I'd sit out front of the legislature on a red beanbag chair as a metaphor for a red pill while wearing that rabbit suit and I'd be having things out that way. And it's just really, what the hell is a note that you're supposed to strike or resonate? Ask yourself that, because you know your friends and family better than anybody. And there's a way in. They're starting to crack somehow. Find that, expand that ever so slightly, and then let them venture by their own curiosity. That's the mission.
Yeah, trying to beat it over somebody's head is never going to work. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about this, or if you're talking about why you should like baseball, or if you're talking about anything. Like, there is something to be said for sensationalism, but you have to be able to back that up, and you have to be able to carry it forward. And it can't just be 3 hours of yeah, it doesn't, we do have a Turn the Freaking Frogs game in the auxiliary room, the end space. The end space sounds like a fucking funeral home, Jeff. I'm not sure. Yeah. But yeah, we do. We have an Alex Jones atrazine themed game that you can go play later. In fact, Angela, let's all give Angela Anderson a huge round of applause for the music and work that she does, providing games and entertainment and challenges and all kinds of awesome shit that's just related to everything that we talk about. Go take advantage of that. Go bowl the Georgia Guidestones down. You can do that right in there. You can bowl down the Guidestones. You can throw a paper airplane at the Twin Towers. You can throw bags of cocaine into Vladimir Zelensky's murder face. Big nostril holes that you can just toss that shit right in there. There's bags of fake coke because we tested it. It's fake. You lied. You lied to us. We thought we were going to get zooted. And you're like, no, it's flour. And then little bags of money that you can cause. Yeah, there is a opinion on it.
Watch out for the Hunter Biden obstacle that will take it.
Yeah. For some reason, the Hunter Biden obstacle only works if you insert it differently. We need like a wheel of conspiracy behind this that we can do. Let's see. Back to the Future predicted 9/11. My goodness.
We actually have a resident expert.
We do have authority on this in the room right now.
Yeah, so Paul, stand up.
Paul.
Ask that guy. And he did a presentation that's like a couple-hour breakdown. We've mentioned him on the show before. He did a really good job. And it's like an esoteric kind of look at predictive programming. All that movie kind of dabbled out there. The Poseidon mythology, all kinds of different things. So check out Paul. You can touch base with him later in the future. And that's a good way to really go into that.
Everybody stare at Paul. It's fun being the Paul sometimes. I understand why the government does it. Oh, come here. Oh, that's why I was told it multiple times. Total global control through everyday basics as food, weather, climate, education. Yeah, no, I mean, you don't implement massive institutional infrastructure if you're not trying to get all of the cattle through the pen, up the ramp, and into the spot where, one dead-eyed gentleman with a large hammer whacks you in the head so that you can be eviscerated. That's all.
All you gotta do is look at the series of the tabletops, and we just talk about this week or two ago, starting with Event 201 and going forward, and what comes out of that. So, number one, you've all been to Vegas, I'm sure, this once, right? You don't win every single game. But for some reason, every time they do a tabletop, exactly what they just did comes to fruition the next year, or the next 2 years. And things like Event 201 sets in place, things that will be used later on, like the Model Safe Emergency Act. And we had 9/11, and that gave us what? That gave us the CSA and the Patriot Act and all this other stuff. And I want you to pay attention to one thing. They did try on both sides of the fence, right? Because we only have two sides of the fence. False illusion of choice. Both sides have tried to push a universal health care, a one-payer system. Why is that? Exactly what you just said. They were all fed through the same system. So number one, they would make us sicker and bleed us dry. And number two, we also can't ignore the Social Security liability that they want to get rid of. It was going to be installed by 2027. When I reported on class a few years ago, it was 2027. What just happened? All these people were wiped out, mostly elderly. So they just reduced that liability down. So, and where does that money go anyway? If I die before I draw Social Security, does my family get that money? No. So it is a massive plan, and the medical industrial complex is being used. I think the military industrial complex is a different beast altogether. That is more a way to funnel and recycle money to give the people, the politicians, to play ball, which are embedded in the medical industrial complex, which is designed to lead us right.
All I can hear is the John Prine song Stand Stone. And if you're not familiar with the John Prine song Stand Stone, the refrain is it because it's about a dude who comes home from Nam. And so Prine says, there's a hole in Daddy's arm where all the money goes. And if you look at the new shirts that Donald Trump released that say Daddy's home, you want to go ahead and draw a little connection that Daddy government has the giant hole in his arm where all the money goes. They really are getting high on their own supply all day, every day, at the expense of our rights, liberty, freedom, ability to walk through life without massive cortisol spikes every 10 fucking minutes. And go ahead, please.
And also, war is intergenerational trauma deliberately engineered to spill out into the population at large. You can look at spousal abuse, rape statistics, alcohol abuse, any number of different things. So it isn't just something that happens in an area, it's something that happens everywhere. And we need to kind of wrap our minds around that in order to be more prepared, because simply consenting to participation in the system is a death fault. It will inevitably output genocide. Genocide being the proportionate emergence of death and murder to the degree to which we participate in these systems. So it's really one of those things where we're not supposed to just be so casual about government being around. It's profoundly evil, and it was designed that way by the worst people, and then it's painted and you get like your best friend, so you get a rebate check after they steal from you. That's how this works.
Look, if your space is being intruded on by either people you like or people you don't know, you're usually pretty comfortable with going, hey, this is an intrusion, and I have, you're overstepping a little bit, but when government does it, it's called Tuesday. And so until we can kind of rearrange our thought process on that, we're going to probably continue on with this particular pathway. And real quick, I don't want to be needy, but could we get a couple of waters up here while we're talking from anybody?
Steve's actually an expert at being needy, but he covers like he's not. Anyway, as far as the idea
I'm not one making people do weird shit for a fuck. No, go.
Because I'm curious to how needy you are. Anyway,
so I can build the puppies on you again.
Okay, so Steve loves me. That's the message here. We love each other. Anyway, what I'm getting at about how to combat this, because technically, in response to the evil of government, they're allowed to respond with heat. I'll phrase it that way. I wouldn't recommend it. It's a strategically terrible idea. A lot of the way in which they want to goad us into responding to their depravity is to become the likeness of evil ourselves, to stew in anger or rage or to seek vengeance in one capacity or another. No. It actually doesn't work that way. It's much more about just coming to a point where you're investing in your higher self, helping everyone else. You do want to reach a point of right livelihood, which is when you're doing something that isn't invested in the machine, the broader system, and you're just helping other human beings because you want to help them. And the more in which everyone does that, eventually you reach a critical mass where your enemy just dissolves because it is built off of us, our energy. Remove the participation from the machine, it simply disappears. Try and fight it, you reinforce it. That's how this works.
Oh, you guys rock. Thank you. I don't know if you've noticed, it's a little warm. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Appreciate it.
I think you guys put my floor in there.
We like that. Okay. The conspiracy theories. How are we doing on time, Jeff? Okay. We got like an hour. Oh, that's the second time we got birds on reel. All right. No, it's different, right? That would be funny, though. That would be pretty hilarious. It just says Illuminati. All right. So, do you want the Bavarian Illuminati? Do you want the Cat Williams, everyone I don't like is Illuminati? Do you want the Rock Nation, Jay-Z kind of Illuminati? I think it's all under the same basic umbrella. But if anyone wants to take this particular conversation off, have that. What do you got on the Illuminati, Charlie Robinson?
It feels like a brand name to me, more so than anything. Like focus on this and not on something else. I don't know. It's a little too in your face with the triangles and all that bullshit. It feels like not.
The overt hand to distract you from the more subtle hidden hand kind of thing?
Yeah.
I can rock with that.
I just never understood why Illuminati is supposed to be illuminating, but it's all hidden. So I don't know, I just never really delved into it. If I wanted to tell people about something and illuminate the truth, I definitely wouldn't be hiding in a secret society. Unless there's some kind of weird war going on that we don't know about, I don't know.
Or you only wanted specific people to become enlightened. You know, if you were trying to have a filtering out process, that might be a way to go about it. People who look to, signs and symbols and things like that, rather than, I guess, what would pass for empire education under any form of history. If you're even allowed to get educated at some point.
I do wonder what some of the stuff on our dominoes that are fleeting and worthless every day. Why are they there? You got to ask yourself that question. It's one of the things I've never really delved into. massive buildings they built back in the 20s and 30s. They're still around. All kinds of symbology on it. What's up with gargoyles? Say what?
I believe they're older than the 20s and 30s.
Oh, I have no idea.
The buildings or the gargoyles?
Both.
Because it could be different. Could be.
Yeah, but the buildings, yeah, there's a lot of buildings. If you go to like certain cities that are super old, especially if they had a fire in the 1800s or like 1500s, there's some architecture there. Like, I live in Colorado, you don't see that shit. In this city a little bit, Pueblo has cool architecture, Canyon City, but I live in I started with miners and immigrants who are like, no,
We should probably thank Mariah for waiting until she was called upon and not being louder than we were. So first at the Third Eye Carnival, any Third Eye Carnival, well done. We appreciate it. We do. I don't necessarily jive 100% with the whole like Tartaria thing, but it seems pretty unreasonable that you would invest that much into one particular building and then leave everybody else with like dirt roads and homes.
they're just there.
Seems like an inappropriate use of funds. That's all. So if they are ancient buildings and they were, basically like giant organic Tesla coils, it would make sense. It would.
That's actually kind of a good way to describe it, as like an organic Tesla coil, because you can look at I use the terminology brutalist architecture, which is if you go to the Soviet Union and the way in which they would build these large, depressing, just like jail cell looking dimensions, that's very similar to what large office buildings are like. That's what we're living in. It's not like a reflection of brutalist architecture. And you look at a lot of stuff like that built around like beautiful buildings that are just standing there like, whoa, what happened? How did we go from that to this? And that's because for a certain class, they might be privy to kind of a different energetic influence or feedback cycle. At a certain point, it becomes hypothetical, but the reality is that beautiful architecture has a very profound effect on people. You can look at a building built by, I think, Steiner's memory. The one that he originally built burned down immediately, but then he went and he built another one that still stands to this day, and the entire building was built so that when you entered into it, it was an experience. You can also think of the evolution of books. They used to be you could walk into a room, and the book was all around you. You could read it on the walls, and then eventually they got smaller and smaller until now you're staring at a leaf of a tree, arguably, that's etched with things and hallucinating vividly. So they have taken that, which was previously an external expansion of ourselves, into an internal reflection with a limited dynamics that are stepped on in an Orwellian kind of suppression of language. So it keeps compounding on itself until almost like the breed of dogs, a la Westminster Dog Show, we're all a little bit retarded, myself included. So that's kind of just how this goes. It's an intergenerational supplementation of nature and nurture from nature and torture. But they have to do it slow so that you don't know.
It's like an inverted pyramid collapsing on itself.
So the architecture, we talked about older architecture, I was kind of referring to the ordinance, like what does that mean? But when you look at the beautiful architecture, there's a great mini-series, about 10 episodes, it's called Pillars of the Earth. I'm sure you've seen that, right? I won't do a spoiler, I'm going to spoil it for you, but go check it out. It talks about a very famous chapel, which you all know, or cathedral, which you all know of. And the reason it's designed the way it is, it wasn't done to be unique and pretty. It was a function of the engineering, the building materials at the time to get what they wanted, and archways and things like that. They all started going away as they got to be able to build bigger, stronger, different materials, cheaper, faster. But it also served that purpose of that brutalist architecture takes away the beauty. That has a mental effect on us as well. So I think it's partially intentional, partially cost savings. Could we build stuff with newer materials that's beautiful, like the old architecture? Absolutely, we could. Why don't we do it? They're cheap, and I think there's a mental aspect to it as well.
So was the Industrial Revolution a slow motion crucifixion ritual?
Could be. I know that we went from building 3 to 5 stories high with brick. And once we got into steel concrete construction, or you can even use brick, hollow bricks, steel rebar, stuff like that, make it go higher and higher. Yeah, I think it took away the challenge of building, it took away the love of building. Maybe that's what the adornments were about. People put so much love into the building that they decided that they wanted to adorn it. It was part of them, and it expressed who they were. And we just don't have that anymore. It's gone away from our society.
Yeah, it's really important qualifiers that you have, basically it's a mix of all of this at the same time. If you think of efficiency as something that's beneficial to humanity, in a lot of ways it's actually true. You can look at the reduction of disease proportionate to somebody making things less poison. You have access to fresh water and stuff like that. So there's this ebb and flow back and forth, and it's very rarely one or the other, so it's really important addition that, yeah, you just try to do things cheaper, then it's going to make people feel like they got ripped off. That's just how it goes.
All right, we're getting low on the conspiracy jar, but I do think at some point we're going to kind of open up the floor to you guys too. If you had questions or anything like that you wanted to ask. And we can always rip and, bullshit and improvise. This is a freaking novel. That we are all puppets in a puzzle called Earth, and we are, let me see, we're on an elaborate ant farm, controlled by a much larger and sophisticated alien species. So, to me, I don't know, maybe you agree or disagree, but that does sound a lot like the Heidi Nakoski soul trap kind of thing.
I'm of the impression that on a certain level, we're all affected by just the forces in nature that kind of flow through us. You can think of that as who you see as a hero, who you see as a villain, the way you go about orienting yourself as you navigate this realm. I do think that there are things that are basically at a certain level not human intelligences, but they work through people. Would I call that extraterrestrial? Not necessarily. Angels, demons, I don't freaking know. What is the word that we use to describe this stuff? It kind of depends on your culture and what resonates with you. But is that stuff real? Yeah. You can go through any number of different citations on it to demonstrate. So is there something more intelligent than us? I mean, you can look at a book like New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple, where he goes into the implications of plasma, which in the previous era was regarded as the ether. We don't use that word anymore. We thought of that as a liquid, now we're thinking of it as something that is just so small that we can't even really quantify. So it's like these moving of terms, and then it's like a pendulum swing from left hemisphere thinking to right hemisphere thinking in order to change the very lens through which we look. So it's like, what the hell do you use to describe that which can't be described, and nevertheless factors into how we live all of our lives? I don't know, but there is stuff like that. That is going on. On a certain level, are there plasma clouds in orbit of the Earth that align with either good or evil? Yeah, I'd argue there are. Is that terminology going to change in like 10 or 20 or 30 years? Probably, but we're still attempting to describe or point at the same thing. And I kind of just leave that meditation with the Hindu notion that you can't point at God. You can only point and say, not it, not it, not it, not it. And that's kind of just how this goes. So find your groove and work with it, and hopefully we can dig our way out of it.
Right? Okay. So I will add to that, since he's brought up the concept of ether. We talked about this on the show from time to time, but if you look at the placement of 5G and incoming 6G towers and the resonance that they put out, it maps out as like a flower of life pattern. And what's effectively been done to us is that a fake ether has been created underneath in between us and the actual ether. And so the way that people are, to kind of bring it back to the whole 432 thing, the way that people are being tuned by their environment now that this fake ether has been established, it is probably going a decent way to explain why people are nutting up so much, why people are so difficult to communicate with, and why they can't see past what's directly in front of them or hanging over them.
I would like to throw the idea out there that we say extraterrestrial, right? I like ancient aliens, love that show. I watched the first several seasons of it. They talk about maybe aliens came down here and then seeded the earth, flying over, whatever they were doing. Interesting theories, portals, stargates, things like that, ley lines. But if we take away the idea or just put that to the side, that an alien has to be a physical creature from another galaxy far, far away. Alien just means not up here. What if heaven is an alien realm? What if hell is an alien realm? Another dimension, maybe it's time travel. Those things are kind of like things I think about. And I can segue that into simulation theory as well. So, are we living in a simulation? I don't know. If you're a Christian like I am, and you believe that God is in another realm, it's alien to us, right? We're down here living in this. Like, what if God goes to sleep for this we're here? We just cease to exist. Are we in a simulation? What if we upload ourselves to a computer? Does Elon become our God? And do we think that that's the ultimate heaven to get to? Is back to where we came from? It's things to think about, but I think that we are kind of like ants. I guess you can take it whichever way you want to think about it. Is aliens did? Is it God that did it? Is it time travel coming back and messing around? But are we under control? That's the other question. I don't think we're under control. I believe we have free will, even though, like I said, I'm a Christian. The Bible says what's going to happen. Does that mean that we've lost our free will and everything's laid out for us? No. If you are running the simulation, you see it from beginning to end. So you're just basically telling somebody that's halfway through, hey, later on, this is what you're going to do. So I don't think your free will is taken. I think we're just being given a heads up for whatever reason. We prepare for that. I'm not sure why. But that's a deep question there. If we, alien, what is alien? First off, are we ants? Are we in control? Or are they just telling us that this is what we did because we're stupid people and we blew ourselves up?
I want to respond to this. So, I mean, alien has like a lot of different meanings, right? But at the root of it, it's not from here, wherever here is. So if that's an individual fixed point, it would be hard to argue away from simulation. But I don't, I used to be way more, like 20 years ago, I would have been confident that it was a simulated environment. I'm significantly less confident of that right now. And if you have a creator that has a million different names, then you're probably going to have a million different ideas about what you're supposed to do, why you're here, and what your end goal is. And at that point, free will would become like the biggest limiting factor in your own decision. So it's a weird little conundrum. It is. It's a fascinating question. You jump in on any of this, Steve? At all? Charlie?
No, I'm just shout out you guys.
Yeah, I mean, they're all great questions, great points of reflection. Yes and no at the same time, and it's different for everyone. And if you weren't growing through a growth curve while you were here, well, then what's the point of being here? I mean, in a lot of ways, you're actually here to make mistakes and to learn from them, to see other people make them and to forgive them. So does it feel like the end of the process, or more appropriately, does it feel like starting off as a caterpillar on the end of a butterfly? Come time you fly out of this place, probably. And come time you look at that, do you have to come back? You got it wrong. Ideally, we want to be at a point where we're helping people help people, and a lot of the time, hurt people hurt people. So it's one of those things where we got to work with what we got in order to be better than we did. And that takes generation after generation, and that applies to every single one of us, every single kid. So it can be as simple as something that's just being a really, really good parent, and that will make itself apparent to future generations. It doesn't have to be, if you're holding a microphone, every time that you go out into the world, you can liberate yourself from feeling like you can't. So don't get corralled to just going out and build another hill. Maybe we can get back to a point where we make buildings more beautiful, and then we can see a resurgence of the depths of our soul.
Don't worry, you guys, we're going to do a rap battle tomorrow. That would be hilarious. We'd love to see Jason Walker spit on fire. Second to last in the jar. Did the Queen have her bum cleaned by Diana's father? I'm not even sure how to approach this. I wasn't in the room. I know that. I think that the whole royalty thing is absolutely hilarious because they're the least capable people with the most inbreeding and the most sociopathic tendencies, and asking any of those people to make a decision on our behalf seems rather suicidal. But I mean, look, if you look at royalty and the political elite, none of their kids really look like both of the parents, and in many, many cases, they look distinctly different. Chelsea Clinton, Prince Harry, like all kinds of, what was his name? Webb? No, Justin Trudeau. Yeah, Lil Castro. Barbara Bush looks kind of like an angry bulldog. I don't even know if she was human. Let alone related to Aleister Crowley, but it's a possibility. You got any thoughts on the Royals, Jay? But aside from fucking.
Well, cleaning the rear end is usually done by paper towel or paper or rags, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. The last time I was in London, I did the touristy Tower of London tour, and where you go through the castle and you see armor, suits of armor and things like that, swords, shields. And because I'm into the stuff I'm into, it immediately caught my attention how much lizard symbology there was attached to everything that they had. They'd have a helmet with a lizard right across the top of it. And I kind of like trying to talk to my wife. Are you seeing this? There's fucking everywhere. There's lizards everywhere. We just went through the city of London. There were lizards all over the place, dragon symbology all over the place. Like, you guys don't want to be called lizard people, then why do you have lizard stuff literally everywhere in all your most important places? I could tell when we got into the city of London because all the artwork turned into dragons, like dragons protecting the gold or whatever. But you can see it everywhere. So they're obsessed with it. Now, I mean, are they a bunch of inbred weirdos? Yeah, of course. But you can tell a lot about them by the things that they're extremely focused on, their bloodlines, their the symbols, the shields, the names, all that stuff. So the massive inbreeding, the sexual traumatization of their own children, and all these rituals, and all the pageantry, and all that shit that, that feels very much like an out in the open ritual when you're watching like the Trooping of the Colors, or you're watching the
Olympic opening ceremony.
I mean, Jesus, everything you watch that thing, it's like you feel like somebody put a spell on you, just by watching it.
That's interesting. If you take a look, we started in the United States here, right? We kind of have the same thing trickle down to us with our rituals, like our ceremonies. They do the Easter egg roll, they do all this stuff that really does nothing but spend our taxpayer dollars. But it is tradition, they call it tradition. But why do we do that? Why is, going back to the architecture, when we did do beautiful architecture, we had some of the same stuff on the same buildings across. So we really, we did not get free of that whole, we have inbreeding here and molesting children by the rich elite folk here. So did we really break free, or did we just move over and start a new, a new banner,
I've talked about this a lot, but the way that I see it is it's the relocation of the capital. It's just relocating the Roman Empire every 300, 400 years. and it went from Vatican City to the city of London to Washington, D.C., and these remain like, well, and Basel, Switzerland, where they're kind of out of time and place. They're their own kind of independent functioning. Yeah, fiefdom, that's a great word to describe it. But it's, it moves every 300 or so years, the average lifespan of an empire. But it's the exact same bloodlines and the exact same intentionality behind it every time it gets up and moves. And it looks like it could be headed towards Beijing, like any day.
It's diabolically genius, right? You get in there, you create a fiat system, you break everybody, you rob them, and then you move and do it over again. So everyone's labor, hard work, and life basically went to small families, and they continue to go on.
You can't sell snake oil in the same city week after week after week. You have to eventually pack up and move on to the next city because everyone else is winning scams.
Dr. McGill Fauci's that whole wagon.
Dr.
All right, well, let's get into the last conspiracy here, and then I guess we'll open it up to you guys for a little bit. If anyone has additional questions or anything like that, this is neatly folded. It's fun to try and manipulate one hand in a half torn off thumbnail. Amelia Earhart. Oh, I'm so glad this last. That's great. Great. Amelia Earhart was eaten by the 3-foot-long coconut crabs when she landed on a deserted island.
I absolutely hope so. That would make the story so much more.
Right? Right? Someone had to freaking nail that show at some point. She was getting a little uppity there. Like, I could be the first female pilot to do the thing. Okay, you're going down. Coconut crabs for you, bitch. That's it. That's all you get. I've never heard that Amelia Earhart was eaten alive or eaten by coconut crabs. But no, I'm with Charlie. I don't think. The burden of proof is on the non-crab eating people, and we're just going to assume going forward.
What about the story of one of the Rockefellers getting eaten on an island as well? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like in Papua New Guinea, someplace out there. He went to start a simple bank. I don't know. And they ate him. Right? Did they cut him up? And that's also pretty funny, if we're being honest.
I mean, it couldn't happen to a nice crab.
Right.
But no, that's been pretty well. Well, okay, so there's two schools of thought on it. One is he was eaten, and one is he just sort of like went native. And just
moved in with them? Like Ted Stryker teaching him basketball with the Peace Corps?
Yeah. I don't know, if you were the scion of an international death cult family, and
I mean, falling off the radar is one thing. Joining a tribe in the South Pacific, that's a hell of a commitment.
Yeah.
I think I might be unwilling to make that a lead.
Yeah,
It's pretty old. I mean, maybe the tribe is what gator crabs.
Right, coconut crabs is the nickname of the people in Papua New Guinea.
Actually, coconut crabs are playing at 9 o'clock tonight. I hope you guys will be back to that soon. They're fucking awesome.
Let's see, can we get a time check, please, from anyone? 3:40. Okay, yeah, so for the next half hour or so, let's just open up the floor to you guys. If anyone wants to come forward, grab a mic for a second, or shout out from there.
Or just yell at Steve.
Yeah.
Which we've always wanted to.
Let's just go around the room and do 2 minutes of hate towards me. And we'll do.
So, how do you guys, in this age of directed energy weapons and being such visible people, how do you deal with? I'm kind of a paranoid person, unfortunately. How do you guys deal with that? How do you around that. Do you worry about it at all, or is it since you haven't consented to this system? Do you feel like there's a spiritual freedom that you have that they can't go after you?
So directed energy weapons, I hate to call them that because people create space lasers from Star Wars, right? Your cell phone is basically the same technology as a directed energy weapon. Yeah. Right now, there's nothing we can do to stop them. They're going to do it against our will, and a case in point, Elon Musk is starting. By September, he plans to have every square inch of the globe covered. That is a massive amount of EMF, and even though it may not be focused to a single point, it's many overlapping. Go pull up the map. There's I did it on my show a couple times in the past 2 weeks. Like the sheer amount of satellites below your mind. And we paid for it through NASA. Via NASA, we paid SpaceX to put that stuff up there. It's definitely not for you to get internet in Uganda. Okay, it's not for that. This is for their tracking and tracing code control system. That's what it is. But we will be, that could be considered a direct energy weapon. Also, we covered this. In Hawaii, people were talking about, laser beams coming from the sky. We found out there is a point-to-point electricity or energy transfer thing. They're trying to get energy from space down to Earth. And you can find documents talking about the military application of this, where they can put a base out there and get electricity without generators. They beam it down. Same thing as the way a parabolic dish works from tower to tower to get communications across. And I did this at most of my career communications set my first time learning. So I really know this stuff. But they are, you can find articles all over online about it. They were actually testing a setup in Hawaii, a fire. So it's quite possible that it wasn't even intentional. The fires in Hawaii was an accidental, through negligence of not cleaning up the tinder and then using this beaming technology the same way it cooks your food. It's basically the same. 2.45 gigahertz is the frequency area that your microwave oven works in, and that's the same 5G covers that same spectrum. I know you want to talk to you.
No, I'm done listening. Man. I was also trying to figure out a way to address the original question there too, which is no. I mean, because it's all your background information. But what do we do because of it? Dude, I've been fucked with. I have been fucked with. I have gone through, 8 phones, 5 computers, I had a truck burned down in my friend's driveway, bank account stuff, my cell phone would tell me that my SIM card wasn't operational or connected and stuff like that. I showed you that, right? When it happened, yeah. So, I mean, it's been weird, but I guess, it's all designed to make you give up. And if you're just dumb enough, then you won't. And there's a great song that's called "If You're Gonna Be Dumb, You Gotta Be Tough." And I think that most of what the truth community is doing is being dumb in the face of that kind of authority system. You're going, no, I'm not going to participate in that. No, I don't see any benefit in that. And if that's going to make me appear ignorant or dumb, that's fine, because we actually have a backbone. We're not going to seek accommodations and welcome into that system. So, I don't know, man. It's kind of one of those shut up and shit around it sort of things. If that makes any sense.
You might be paranoid, but you're not wrong about it. See what you see. If you're waiting for the mainstream media to tell you that to be fearful of something, it's too late, or it's some sort of operation. So you have to trust your own instincts when you see it.
Yeah, just stop taking cues and advice from people who want you dead.
Or scared,
Yeah.
There's plenty to be scared of, but they love to manufacture things to get your attention thinking about this. The vast majority of what you see on the news will never impact you under any screen. It's just not going to. So don't allow them to put you, don't allow them for you to put yourself in low vibrational state where now you're like susceptible to being stressed out and everything. Next thing you know, that stuff starts happening. So
I'm always personally trying to work this as far ahead as I can. And I really fundamentally think that there are factions internally with whatever structure it is controlling what we regard as normal. I think that we're bound by rules of the realm. Once again, it's like, think of it this way. If you lie, not only does that adversely affect people around you, it literally permeates all material matter and will eventually cycle back here. So the more in which they're able to actually get us to destroy ourselves, that's more of how this goes. It really is just they want us to arguably succeed in a short-term interval of time. Anyone who's able to sort of endure that war of attrition and reach a position of prominence can potentially then sacrifice themselves because of just having access to more resources. Like, if any one of us became rich, would we become a better person? I don't know. We see that over and over again. A lot of people who are given those opportunities sacrifice themselves. So at a certain point, there could be this flip in the script wherein all of the things that we're trying to push for, the expansion of the open window, could eventually see us as the truth movement be the very thing that disseminates what they would need to then pick up later on. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because you do have to introduce people to the truth. But then what do you do when you're in a position of power? And power can simply be having other people listen to you. Like me, am I able to step back and say, I don't know the answer to a lot of things? Frequently, because I'm always trying to study this better and just understand it deeper. But some people get so deeply entrenched in their own egotism, the idea that they have it all figured out, that if you put them in that position, automatically they become the opposition. And I think that that's how the slow boil, like bowl of this is going to ultimately work, or we're going to be in like some sort of digital controlled nightmare system, and it'll be like as bad as it was in World War II all over again. And I like to think that we're past that right now, but I swear to God, I keep being surprised. I have done this timeline is, so I don't know. We'll see how this goes. But don't sabotage yourself. I'll put it that way. You can be afraid of a lot of things, you can be paranoid about a lot of things, don't sabotage yourself.
Anna, what was your question?
The Georgia Guidestone, she was asking what the hell was with that. I don't know.
I have a theory. I've been tracking this Georgia Guidestone since basically 2000. And I always wanted to see him. I actually lived out there when we were growing up. It was on my bucket list before I left Georgia. Go check it out when I grow up. This is my theory. I don't know if it's out of egomaniac attitude or if it's some kind of code that these evil people live by, but they feel like they have to put it on the public, post-it board to say what they're going to do if it's evil. And then once they put, just think about it this way, uncontested divorce, you don't know who your husband or wife is, you put an ad in the paper saying, I'm looking for this person. And if they don't respond in a certain amount of time, then you pull the trigger on it, boom, you divorce. I feel that that's how they're working this. They said, this is what we want, this is our intention. And we're putting it out there for everyone to see. We're not going to tell you it's there, it's up to you to find it on your own. And then once they said, okay, it's been posted long enough, we're getting ready to pull the trigger on this, it's going to be what you do. So now there's no evidence, it's gone. Look how quick they got rid of the rubble from 9/11. Look how quick they got rid of the Georgia Guidestone. They could have easily, it was a failed destruction. They could have easily left part of it up as a monument or even repaired it. So why get rid of it right away? Because it served its purpose to make that announcement. Leave it out there for whatever duration it's supposed to be out there, maybe until they're getting ready to pull the trigger. Because that was right around COVID, wasn't it?
What was the date that the Guidestones went down? I think it was. So yeah, 21, you're involved in that. I mean, it could, it could be one of those like cremation care type things. July 6th, 2021. Yeah, we're gonna say it. I did notice the etched into the back of conspiracy jar is really hard to see, but it just says the Jews. I'm not really sure what that's about. Not real sure.
Okay, I think the majority of the stuff that they bring out with technology, for example, is in.
You have to eat the mic.
Okay, I think the majority of the technology that they're selling to you or wanting you to see is accepted. Because honestly, it's not as accurate as they say it is. If you look at the past history of, like, for example, military strikes in Iraq, looking at technologies that people have, most of those are very inaccurate and they pour out false numbers. Like, for example, these direct energy weapons, a lot of times, yes, they're successful in a small area, but on a large scale, they can't do what they can do. Same thing with weather modification. They can do it, for example, for one individual storm, but to be able to modify all the weather on the planet at the same time is impossible. Then we bring it up every day, for example, with the AI algorithms. If anybody's used AI or asks a very specific question, you can use all the different platforms and get 5 different answers. So what they're using this is to basically get you to focus on one thing, but in actuality, for perception, to distract you from other things that are going on. Yes, they may be capable of doing some of these things on a small scale, but they're really lying to you to make you scared and paranoid. So what I'm saying to you is don't be scared and paranoid, because a lot of this stuff is a deception to keep you in a level of stress. Because when you're under stress, you don't think clearly. And that's what a lot of the psychological operations that are going on are meant to do. COVID was a great way to stress people out and get them to comply, and not get them to not think critically, and get them to look at like actual things that in front of their faces because they're at such a point with their life that they're so stressed out they can't see the forest through the trees.
Yeah, I agree with all that, and that's typical macro and she's the wonderful sponsor of the show and a wonderful person who did it out. So she's on board.
So besides putting your tinfoil hat on, how do you protect yourself from 5G or Wi-Fi or
So one thing I've done, because EMF is one of my wheelhouses. One thing I did, because you're not going to be safe from it whatsoever unless you live in a Faraday cage, right? Faraday cage that you can walk around. But they do make paint, and I'm not going to say do all of this because then you become obsessed with it and that favorite thing takes over, mind control takes over. But there's some steps. They make paint now that's EMF activated. Understanding you're working yourself is not going to work that well in your house. I also turn off my Wi-Fi router at night and put my phone in airplane mode. Don't ever charge anything where you sleep. Because this stuff, although it can harm you immediately if it's directed, it's really the accumulation of it over time that makes people sick. All right, and that's why when they do these studies on rats, they do it for weeks on end, so we have hours a day, so many days a week for weeks. Also, what I tend to do, I know everyone can't do this, so I build myself a workshop, and I retire now, spend time with my grandson. I take him in, and we can't have a workshop. I didn't put any windows on the building, and I had a metal door. So it pretty much is like a Faraday cage. Of course, I have Wi-Fi. I have 2 Wi-Fi routers, literally 10 feet apart. I'm in the house, I'm in the shed, and I can barely get signal. So I know it's anyways pretty well. So I mean, there's little things you can do to take a break from it once in a while. People talk about grounding. I'm going to research into that. We're taking your shoes off and all the ground on the ground. Other people talk about shoe inside. I don't know if that's food or not. I got to do more research into that. But there's little things you can do, and I think it's best important to reduce the amount of exposure, the time of exposure, and get your body time to heal. It also takes that level of anxiety away, which is probably the worst health. Unless you're getting like class, and I've actually got over exposed and got sick. You want to throw up working on a ground that's a satellite thing one time. And I mean, yeah, I had to leave the room. I could only work in here for 5 minutes at a time and probably 20 minutes. But it will go away. So, yeah.
There's also, I have a sponsor actually who was just messaging me who makes a product that's C60. It's a carbon 60 molecule. Very, very effective at cellular repair. He's a nuclear physicist and got into it because that supplement helps keep nuclear physicists alive. Otherwise, they don't make it too long. And he pivoted out of it and said, "Shit, we ought to be selling this supplement. It's better than anything out there." I've been taking it for years, and I did a test with my certified health practitioner. One of the things that came back on it was DNA damage, and he thought there was a mistake with the results of mine, because my DNA damage was so low that it wasn't showing up as an actual score. And I said, it's probably because I've been taking the C60 every day for like, I don't know, 4 years. He's like, oh my God. He's like, that's got to be it, because he's like, that's off the charts. So there are supplements out there. I mean, obviously you want to get yourself out of the way of this to the extent that you can, but we also have to live in reality, and you know that you're going to be exposed to it whether you are diligent or not. So also supplement with some products that can help to, you know, at least keep treading water at the bare minimum. You know, just kind of grinding off some of the damage that's being done to us just by living.
Yeah. And also just do the stuff that they hate. Because if you're being put into a position where you're isolated, you know, you're going from climate control box to climate control box and stuff like that, break out of all of those patterns, you know, spend as much time not in front of the screen as possible. Turn your Wi-Fi off at night. Like little teeny tiny things that you can do that make a lot of overall impact after, you know, a certain amount of time. And yeah, just, you know, like if ask yourself, like, is this something that, you know, my government or people that are waking up every day wishing death upon me and my family and trying to control us until it happens, is this something that they would want me to do? And if the answer is yes, do the opposite of that. Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah. How many conspiracies do the conspiracy theorists theorize that the conspiracy theorists could theorize theories?
All of them at once, and usually with everybody talking over each other.
It's a very effective system.
Yeah. Works out. Anybody else? And we should probably.
What's your memory recall? I don't know if you ever said it.
Oh, my dementia memory recall playlist? I got a lot, man. I got a lot. Dude, I really do. They're all kind of like genre based. I think I've wilded it out with the former drummer for the Offspring, Pilato, on this for a little bit. But if you were to right now put on Leonard Skinner's Ballad of Curtis Lowe, that would immediately take me to like being 13 years old, and I would have all of that. If you put on Definition of a Rap Flow by R.A. the Rugged Man, I can tell you exactly where to go for all of that. There's a lot. Let's see. Man, the Stafford Brothers, Counting Flowers on the Wall. If you put that song, my dad loved the Stafford Brothers. He was a huge fan, so I heard that a lot growing up. Same with Under the Boardwalk by the Drifters, I think. And like all that old Motown shit. Yeah, that's Motown and like bluegrass and classical music were like the shit that I heard when I was growing up the most. And so any of that side, I'd be plugged right into it. If you put on Barroom Hero by the Dropkick Murphys, I would automatically be 23 years old and at a Renaissance festival. You know, I was thinking about doing this. Like, I want one day I want to be able to afford Scott Armstrong's Flip Genie, where you can just go in and like type in something that happened on the show and it'll just show you where it all. Because I'd like to be able to pull up everybody's answers. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, we play a game on AM Wake Up, usually with first-time guests. It's called the Dementia Memory Recall Game, because it's been proven that music helps people in cognitive decline access more cognition and memories from whatever era in their life that music first appeared or they connected with it. So I always ask first-time guests on the show, like, God forbid you wind up in the old folks home in the case of the Vikings, what would you have on your playlist? And the answer, I've never had a repeat answer. I've never had, like, there's no wrong answer, and it's just really cool to learn about other people's music foundation and, like, what would draw them to it. So I would love to be able at some point to come out with, like, be able to have a playlist of everybody's dementia memory recall kind of thing. That would be really cool. Yeah, you wanna? Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else? Do we have what? Do we have to get out of here, Jeff? What's going on? It's four? Okay. Well, yeah, let's take like one or two more, and then I've got some announcements and directions and things like that, and we're about an hour out from 6 straight hours of kick-ass live music. So, yeah. What about? Oh, the shoes. I made that up. It doesn't say. But the one person that can answer that ghosted us today. Corey Hughes. So everybody go online and make fun of Corey Hughes for being a fishhead and not being here. But no, man, I mean, look, if we're talking about intergenerational bloodline cults and all that stuff, then the reality that it's just one is probably disingenuous. And it's even probably more disingenuous to assume that the group that everybody's telling you to look at, like, that are broad brush painted all guilty. But there's some pretty heinous behavior that we've all had to like be subjected to over the last couple of years. Not many people can sit through a live stream genocide and be like, oh, this is cool, unless you're actually a part of that death cult. So I would imagine within the next 10 years, whatever group that the blame gets shifted to will also be largely distractionary until you get to a leadership level, and then it's a totally older, nameless religion that these goons are praying to and worshiping and taking part of. And what people even think of as Abrahamic tradition is probably mostly propaganda, like as far as that goes.
Yeah, that's on point. It's the force of evil goes back into antiquity. It's the old religion. It's an nameless religion. It uses the ideologies that we superficially point to as a leash in order to kind of corral people into binding such that they aren't able to extricate themselves from where they're in that place, and then they're trying to basically be top dog on the tiny cage. And then they try and grow better and like crap and that kind of stuff. So that's going to be going on the whole time, and ultimately we have to realize the reality of how evil operates. It works through people who want to dominate, and it's going to continue to do that using every different face, every different name. It can take any different shape. That's why on a certain level you just have to understand the objective difference between right and wrong and align yourself with it. The problem is that we're very, very deep in a very large pile of bullshit, and it's called government. So, yeah, stop supporting the machine.
Good advice. Good advice. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice.
You guys want to tell us a little more about anarchy in an educated way, not just the street level, that people have the wrong cartoon image about it, but without authority, hard about it?
And anarchy isn't a location. It's not a state. It's not even, it's not a system. Anarchy is a relationship. And that relationship works this way. I don't speak for you. You don't speak for me. At no point are we going to force violence or weaponize against each other because of it. If we disagree, then we can part ways. Hopefully we part ways amicably. It doesn't happen all the time. But 99.9% of all of our day-to-day interactions exist in an anarchistic fashion. We're all here right now. Nobody put a gun to your head to be here. Nobody put a gun to my head to be here. We're all here voluntarily, and we're trying to, to find a couple of answers, find a community, find some commonality and things like that. If we don't like somebody here, I have a very, very, very low probability of there being like an actual incident. You know what I mean? So broadly speaking, it's a generally pacifistic approach to dealing with human interaction that doesn't involve a third party trying to reach into both of your pockets while you're freely associated.
Anarchy doesn't mean no rules, it means no rulers. And considering the group of shitbag rulers we have, I think we can do a better job without them.
I want to point out the Old West, right? You want to be like the Old West with all these guns over here? No, that's not how it was. The Old West was peaceful. It was very much an anarchical system. There was no government. That's what it means. Anarchy means and no monarchy, no oligarchy, no parties, right? So anarchy. I think that works really well when people are spread out and they're neighbors and they work with each other. It's like nobody's getting in to deal with my business. I'm not dealing with your business. If we have a disagreement, we just choose not to talk to each other. But as we get in closer and closer, we'll call and talk to each other. Think of it like, the Hatfield McCoys fighting over this little inch of land. That's when we start having to bring in somebody to make these decisions and stuff for us. But there's another way. And the way they did it in the Old West, when there was territories and stuff out there, is the people who lived together in a certain area. If there was a problem person, they got together as a community and decided. So they didn't exactly have a form of government. They had their own governance. And they decided, if this guy needed to be chased out of town, or maybe they would come together as kind of like a jury of sorts and say, okay, yeah, you say that this creek belongs on your land, and this guy says it belongs on his land. But as a consensus, we say it belongs to this guy, or you guys are just going to have to suffer out and share. That's kind of a form of anarchy. It doesn't mean craziness. It doesn't mean no organization. It just means we do it for ourselves, and we don't need a third party to do it.
I've been the MC of the largest anarchist conference in the world for the last 2 years in a row. I can assure you there's never Molotov cocktail throwing contests or tire burning exhibitions going on at the events.
Yeah, it's amazing when you get away from what's presented to you as anarchy on TV. You find a distinct lack of 108-pound skinny jeans wearing trust fund kids trying to break shit.
It's the only ideology everybody agrees on until you tell them the name of it.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Do you see have any thoughts on this?
No, same page. We're all on the same page about that. The problem is actually trying to realize how simple it is. It's so indescribably simple. And a lot of the time, truth is like that. It's the lies that are very convoluted and complicated. And then we go through the lens of lies trying to describe our lives. And it's just a mind fuck, and most people tune out. So understand the simplicity of anarchy, apply it to yourself and your community to the best of your ability, move forward in that trajectory of hopefully liberating humanity. That's the key.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with the self-ownership and personal responsibility. And you would hope that the people that you interact with out in the your daily lives, people who are also driving cars or voting or whatever they're doing, you would hope that they would have some level of personal responsibility too. So it's a very positive ideology, but of course that makes it dangerous.
To add a little bit about anarchy and the confusion there. You mentioned anarchy is no rulers, but there's still rulers. And I say there's basically one master rule that everyone has to follow, and that is be nice to people. Don't steal and be a good person. Be self-governed, because if you are self-governed, you don't need outside government. Because guess what? The plane of cause and effect is in here. The plane of causation is in here. When you make a free will decision to either do a right action, then you are basically a good person, right? But if you make that same free will decision and do the wrong action, then that is not using that self-mindfulness or governedness and being a good person. And you need that one master rule for anarchy. Be a good person.
I had to make an announcement last year in an article. I said, man, I'm looking for the owner of this wallet. You picked the best place in the world to lose your wallet, because everybody in this place is going to turn it into the front desk. You know what I mean? And it's very positive but that, again, that just makes it even more dangerous to control, because it's a great idea, it's easy to spread it.
Yeah, I really just want to thank everyone again for coming out and for being a part of the community and having an interest in this kind of stuff, because it's extremely important and a lot of people just tune out. So really, thank you very much. I think we're probably going to wrap it now. So we'll go through each person to kind of just give you a little bit of information about themselves, where you can find them, what their podcasts are, because we've all got kind of different things going on, but we also overlap. So let's start with Charlie, and if you just give me a freaking minute so I can start recording you when you answer, that'd be great.
It's been like this all week.
He's ready for his close-up, Mr. Snyder.
My name is Charlie Robinson. I'm the editor of Activist Post. I'm the host of Macroaggressions podcast and co-host of the Union of the Unwanted. I'm happy to support Steve in his endeavors for Third Eye Carnival. This is my third time being here. Thank you all for coming.
All right, I'm Jason Barker, host of Nights of the Storm. I have 3 other co-hosts. I got Ashley, I've got Dennis Carpenter, and I've got Angry Tyler. We do shows on pretty much a variety of topics. I think what we try to do is get into the weeds of what people are not paying attention to. A lot of medical stuff, a lot of financial stuff. Anyway, you can find our locations where we broadcast as well as a lot of other people at benightsthestorm.com. We have a schedule tab there. We have a friends tab. Charlie's listed there. I don't think I have anything there, so I'm going to bad news when I do got to take care of it. And I do want to thank my co-hosts today for holding this early on so I can be here. They did a fantastic job. Like on that show. I'll catch you later. Thank you. That's great.
Thank you. Jason got roped into this like 5 minutes before we started. So I really appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm doing a lot of different stuff. Right now I'm trying to basically create the media that's of the filmmaking caliber that normally set companies set, which is an unfortunate reality. We've all basically been very, very spoiled with multi-million-dollar productions all the time. Now that's kind of just like, oh, if it's not on that level, it's not good enough. I've gone to film school, I've done all this stuff. I realized that it's a control grid, it's a cartel, and it's built to hurt people, and I don't like that. So if you check out Conspiracy Synergy, that's what all these different documentaries are going to be. I've already gone and done one on Derek Rhodes from Conscious Resistance, to Rogan Warwick from Geopolitics Member, Empire, Graham and Darren from Great America. The last one that came out was a combination of Cristian from Last American Vagabond and the Union of the Unwanted, which kind of encompasses a whole number of people in the community. After this event, which is going to be the next one going on to Charlie Robinson, is going to be me doing Mark Passio's documentary. So I'm going to be gradually going around the true community with people who've been doing it for a very long time to tell the real story that we're trying to get out there and what it actually is. That's what those cards on the side are. You can go and grab a pack of those, 2 packs if you want, use them as bookmarks, you can hand them out. Please take them for free. I'm not charging you for this. If you want to look into my art, that's a different website. My website is conspiracysynergy.com. I also co-host Wednesdays with Steve for AM Wake Up, so you can tune into that. And that's a big part of what this is a continuance of AM Wake Up. What we're trying to do is get people to wake up in the end, both with the depressing news, but also a positive spin on things so that you don't lose hope. Because there's no reason to lose hope. You have the ability to go out there and change people's minds. It can suck, it can feel awful a lot of the time, but if you're able to break through and they're able to join you in a good fight, that's a hell of a lot better than staying enemies. So let's try and orient ourselves in that direction. There are also some really weird, creepy books over there that I brought because I'm also an author. They're a zombie book. It's written like from the perspective of the true community. If you want to buy them, they're $50. They're limited edition. They're signed by the artists. Blah blah blah. Check out the Merc Table. We love you all. Thank you very much so much for being here. Back to Steve.
Heck yeah. Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Jason. Thanks again to Jeff Medine, and Amanda and Shannon for holding it down behind the bar and all of the front end work that they put in. Thanks to Angela for all of the awesome games. Which, by the way, again, there's a whole bunch of really cool games through that door, along with a couple of other merch tables that you guys can go check out. You're highly encouraged to get involved in the games and stuff like that. Noah Daniel is going to kick us off with music for tonight here in about 45 minutes. And yeah, stick around for all of it. Again, thank you all for being here. Love the hell out of you. Go buy a fucking t-shirt.
Uncle Slayton's got his Texan pride. Back in the thickets with his Asian bride. He's got an Airstream trailer and a Holstein cow. Still makes whiskey cause he still knows how. He plays that Choctaw bingo every Friday night. You know he had to leave Texas but he won't say why. He owns a quarter section up by Lake Eufaula. Caught a great big old blue cat on a drifting jug line. Sells his hardwood timber to the chipping mill. Cooks that crystal meth because the shine don't sell. He cooks that crystal meth because the shine don't sell. You know he likes that money, he don't